You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the fifth postulate first. You call it the triangle at the time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand.
Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
You don't understand.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Thank you, Mike.
You're just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because it's got just about a triangle,
so,
yeah.
The question is, why did include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
You know? So you're saying
to 180.
how does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have, you call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need, for fuck's sake? Sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
You know?
You're just on your own.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. You know? So that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Millennia thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, but not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know. That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. But not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that you couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? A huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. But not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane. Right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's
You
sake.
don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate,
It's
would it?
not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got
Yeah.
just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
the question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle, that postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all? Thank you, Mike.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or two right, the sum of two right angles.
But not on the globe. So
80
you're
to
saying,
change to
for fuck's sake,
180.
how does it show?
Sorry,
How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can
Oh, you can prove it.
you call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just
Quiet.
on your own.
Yourself, don't tell me to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not
drawn
on
it
the globe
must
must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
Not on the
a cross
globe.
on a piece of paper, are you?
Thank you, Mike.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion.
Yeah.
Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, don't tell me to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axiom. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
Just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no
Be quiet.
wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, no.
No reason, no logic, no
quiet.
answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly. Not on the globe. Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's
all they
not a
say
problem
is-
because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking
what they're
difficult can it
saying-
be?
quiet.
Are we on? Is that mic on? What's going on? And yes, we are live. Welcome. That was a bit of a really bad swap over, and it was a long intro. People not seen that one for a bit. Welcome everybody. It is a free for all Friday. Hand it over to everybody. What's the topic for tonight? We've got some people, some topics on the go. I'll hand it over. Etty's going to be the one. Topic maestro tonight.
Oh, we weren't live? I thought we were live when we were making those suggestions.
No. No, we are now. Oh, but Buster was still going.
Oh, okay. Shall we go over them? The ones we said?
If you want to, yeah. You,
We said the ISS, the James Webb Telescope, the ether, That seems to be a heavy topic lately. And I believe we said atoms now have black holes in them. Yeah, that's a few of them there.
That's interesting.
Let the games begin.
I wouldn't know about any of that. I don't watch the news or anything, so my life is contained around the things that happen here, things that people bring. I
can't
know
help
much.
it. Every time I go on YouTube, I see these recommendations. They must think I'm a baller or something. Oh, the other one too. Oh, just I found out. Well, not found out. I reread it a while back. How about white holes? Anybody hear of those?
I've never heard. No, go on. What's the difference?
Well, a black hole pulls everything in it, right? The gravity, blah, 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 is so strong that not even light can escape. Now, a white hole is the complete opposite. It's a region in space where it throws everything out. The complete opposite.
Did you not just say that they've found them in atoms?
Well, those are black holes. Yeah, those are black holes that they think they found in atoms now. Yeah.
How could they do that though? Right? Where does
don't
the
know,
stuff
but-
inside the atom go to? That doesn't make any sense at all.
I'm not sure if it is only me, but Simontra is very, very quiet.
Yeah, just dropped your volume a bit there.
You're all very quiet on YouTube.
Are we? Is it all of us or
Yes.
just SE?
No, it's all of you.
Let me check.
No,
that now.
I was talking about Discord. He was very, very quiet on Discord.
Yeah, very quiet.
The volume's up. Hi.
SC was fine when it first started, but after you went live, his volume cut down by 80% for me.
For me too.
Mm-hmm. I think that was in here though, wasn't it? That's not. I thought that was my headset.
Can you guys hear me now?
That's bad. I
Not
don't know.
really.
Have you tried dropping out? Might be a Discord thing. It's been.
I'm trying to drop again. I did it already.
I'm better now, SC.
Better now?
Yep, you sound good
Yes.
now.
Normal. Back to normal.
Sorry about that, guys.
No problem.
Yeah, so the black hole thing, the atoms, that's the black hole. The neutron, they say now, is a black hole, they think. But the white hole is a whole different thing. It's like ridiculous, yeah. Well, as if the black hole isn't ridiculous, but yeah.
Do they fight each other? White holes with black holes.
They must, because listen to this. They say it's a region in space that pushes stuff out. Like you can't get in, sort of.
Constant Big Bang.
Yeah, but if stuff gets pushed out, how does stuff get in to get pushed out of?
Comes
like
in
they
from the
make
black hole, right?
No, I'm talking
Comes
about a
in?
white hole.
Yeah, I know, but doesn't it go in the black hole, come out the white hole?
I've heard of that as well, but
Just kidding.
it's not really that. It's two different things, I think.
I actually never even heard of a white hole.
Yeah, it's insane nonsense.
White holes just aren't talked about.
Well, what do you think they are?
White holes were theorized within general relativity. So it's just kind of like the opposite of a
It's
black
just
hole,
a
just what you
theory.
said, basically.
Just a theory.
Nice to hear from you again. So you go for that? You're a proponent of the white hole?
Until proven otherwise, yeah.
What makes you believe in such a thing?
Well, it's part of general relativity, and general relativity has been tested daily for many decades and continues to be proven accurate. So you just keep walking through it, assuming that things are accurate until you can show them otherwise.
And where was this white hole shown?
In general relativity, just like black holes were.
Mathematically, or do we have a picture of one?
Well, you now have a picture of a black hole, but you didn't for a long, long time.
I'm talking about a white hole.
Yeah, until you can prove that white holes don't exist, I'm going to say that I'm fine with people saying that they do exist.
Wow, so the opposite. So until I can prove unicorns don't exist, you're going to believe that unicorns exist, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that they were theorized in general relativity, and that overall theory is tested all the time and has been shown to be accurate. So there's nothing telling me that elements of it are not accurate. So until that time, I can believe what's in general relativity as being accurate, and white holes are in there. So there you go.
So you believe in a fantasy story, so whatever gets thrown at you, you believe? Yeah, I could understand. It's like the Shire, right?
So let me ask you
Anything
this,
in the
SE.
Shire,
Did
I can
you
believe. Big mushrooms, funny
If
animals.
somebody could have
So-
thought of it beforehand, then it's possible that it could happen.
you grew up hearing about black holes? Did you disbelieve black holes, SE?
To be honest with you, I bought the whole ball of wax in the beginning. I was a big science fan, shall we say, until I woke up.
Well, now they've been there's images of black holes. So
What?
there's images of black holes now.
How can you picture a black hole when black hole is consuming all light? So no light is coming out from it. So how can you picture it?
That's how, paper.
You didn't fall for the Snoop Dogg picture of him smoking a cigarette?
No, he just said something there. He goes, "There's images of it." Well, image is a made-up picture, so there's actually no pictures.
Okay,
it's
so
images.
we can say a picture then, Kawasaki, if you want to get.
Okay,
Because
prove it's a
yes, if
picture
you want to
then.
play semantics and what words mean things, then a picture is a picture and an image is not a picture, and so on and so forth. We can do that. That's fine.
I was talking about footage then.
Yeah, a picture would be footage, paper.
So who produced this picture?
I don't know. Let's take a look. You find a picture of a black hole, and then we'll take a look at the details and how it was picture was taken.
You said a picture, not me. So you produce
Right,
it,
but
please.
I didn't reference anyone in particular. You know that we would need to do that in order to evaluate that picture. You agree? Yeah.
Yes,
No.
and I
So
never.
if you want to
I never
evaluate
produced
it, then
the picture.
Kawasaki, then get the picture, and we'll look at that
You're
one.
you're the one saying there's a picture, so you
I
present
haven't
it.
referenced anyone in particular, Kawasaki. Are you challenging the fact that I say one exists and you say one doesn't exist? Is that what you're going to challenge?
No, you said there was a picture, so please present the picture.
Correct, Kawasaki.
Yeah.
Right. So are you saying that no, there isn't one?
I'm saying you said there was a picture, so please present it.
Correct. I say there is a picture. We weren't talking about the presentation of one. Are you going to say that I'm incorrect, that one doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
Could we definitely say that you haven't shown us a picture? That would
No
be
need
a
to,
true
Bev.
statement, right?
No
That
need to.
you've been asked to show this picture.
It
and
wasn't the
haven't
point of
shown it
discussion.
us.
If Kawasaki has one that he disagrees with or doesn't think one exists,
Well,
then he can show it
there
up.
isn't one that exists that you've shown us. Right?
No
You've just
need,
claimed
Bev.
it
That
does.
wasn't what was in discussion, Bev.
Did
What
I
was
say
in
I
discussion
going
then?
to present or not present a picture?
Correct. I asked SE if he believed when he was taught about black holes that they existed.
Is
And
this
you
the one
said
here?
you-
Let's solve this. I just posted one. 17 past the hour. Is this the one you're referring to?
Not that image, no. That's a screenshot of something.
Oh, you're not aware of this picture here?
Well, that's a screenshot of an unverified image. So no, I'm not talking about that one in particular.
Oh, this is the most. Oh, you're behind the times, bro. Come
I'm
on.
not behind the time, bros. I think you don't understand that that is not an actual picture. That is a screenshot of somebody's post.
This is the picture. It took about read what's written there. It took about 300 scientists and 20 years to bring you this image. I wouldn't call it a picture, but yeah.
Right. So all I'm saying is that's not the actual picture.
Well, that's your black hole.
I don't think you understand. Do you understand what Kawasaki was saying before, the difference between an image and a picture?
Yeah, of course.
So what you're showing there is not a picture.
No, it's not a picture.
Right. So there's nothing to evaluate with that. There's
So you think there's a picture of a black hole? Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying one doesn't exist?
No, I'm asking you since you're questioning this image here. So you seem to be alluding to the fact that maybe there is a picture of a black hole. And if so, can you present one or tell us if one exists?
Footage would be some evidence for claim of existing black holes. This is
It's all
simple.
nonsense, theory, fantasy.
Do you know what the definition of scientific theory is, SE?
Definition.
Are we going away from the
Yeah.
fact that he said there was a picture and now he's not going to present one?
Of course, he went
I
to
don't need to
silence and
present
now he
one,
thinks he can get
Kawasaki.
away with it. Now he's going to ask us to do his bidding. Watch.
No,
He's going to
nobody
ask us
needs to
to
present
one.
one. SE, nobody needs to present one.
So let's
If you
just talk
guys
about
are
it.
going to claim that one does not exist, then make the claim.
I'm claiming that you said one does exist, so please present it.
Yeah.
I have no need to present it, Kawasaki.
I can make a claim that you haven't presented any picture of you, something that you
Bev,
were the
I
one
just
who
said a
claimed.
picture exists. My
Yeah,
claim
and
is
we
that a
said,
picture
where
exists.
is it? And we said, can we have a look
Are
at
you,
it then?
Bev, are you going to say that one doesn't exist?
I'm going to say that you haven't presented one once
No
you've
need
claimed
to.
there was one.
No need to, Bev. You guys aren't saying one doesn't exist. I don't
I'm
need to
just
defend a
saying that you're
position.
not showing us the one that you says does
I
exist.
don't need to defend
Well,
a position,
I don't
Bev.
need to have a
Nobody
position then, do
here
I?
is saying my position is incorrect.
Uh-huh. Nobody's saying that you've shown a picture.
No need.
Well, there you go.
It is need
There's no
because
need for anybody to make any other claim, is there?
Because
Nobody's made any other claim.
Scientific
It's up to
means
you,
that
NASA, in all fairness, to present, what you said.
No need, SC. It's not anything that you guys are denying exists.
You've made a positive claim. We're asking for evidence of that positive claim.
So, Kawasaki, are you saying that it doesn't exist? Is that your position?
I'm saying you've made a positive claim. Please present the positive claim.
There's no need. Nobody's asking me to defend a claim because nobody's saying that claim is incorrect. Unless you want to go on record and saying that it's not true.
You're saying to everybody else that they have to defend the opposite claim, right? You're saying you don't have to defend yours.
No, I don't have to defend anything. We were talking about.
Well, nobody else has to defend anything then.
So this is only just so story for now.
And paper, what do you think that there needs to be? What you say a picture's not good enough. You need what?
Footage.
So to you, paper, a picture doesn't work. You need video. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that it has to be video, but I say that if black holes are consuming all the light, so they cannot produce and expand any light outside, so you cannot have footage. Just it. This is
Well,
impossibility.
no, Paper. Do black holes absorb light? Yes, they draw it in.
Supposedly, yes.
Right. So then logic, if you use logic, how would you then see a black hole? What would you expect to see? How would you see one?
You cannot see. That's my point. And therefore you cannot take a picture from that.
If it's drawing in light, Paper, where would the light be?
Light is everywhere. It is going through some medium.
And it would not be where in reference to a black hole?
You cannot point the point which is nowhere.
Let me ask you this, Paper. If you saw an image and there was light everywhere, absolutely everywhere, there wasn't a speck of non-light, and then right in the center of it, it was purely black in a circular ring around it of light. What would you say about that? Is that not seeing a black hole, or is that seeing evidence of a black hole?
Let me ask you, NASA, why can't you present
Kawasaki,
being asked?
don't,
No, you've gone
Kawasaki,
off
I
topic again.
asked Paper something specific.
Yes,
You
but
can
you've
wait
gone
your
off
turn.
topic. You've gone off on a tangent because you cannot
Wait
answer what
your
was asked.
turn, Kawasaki.
No, you've gone off on a tangent. Please
Go ahead,
ask the
Paper.
original question.
I can answer your question. It is that point where the light is there is less light than the other points. We can experience this in real life. So this is not proof for a black hole or anything. Just
No, but I'm
just
glad you
like
identified
for
that. I was just
example,
saying,
you can have in your room you have you can have the darkest point in your room in the corner, for example, and it is not a proof for black hole. Just it.
but you're saying you couldn't take a picture because there's no light, and I'm showing you how you would be able to take a picture because there would be light everywhere around it, just not right in the black hole.
But this is not proof for black hole.
No, but you're saying you can't take a picture of it because it's a black hole, and I'm saying you can because it's a black hole. How it works.
No, I meant that this picture of something dark or darkest is not proof that you photographed a black hole.
No,
That's
but
it.
Paper, you said you can't take one because of what a black hole is, and I'm showing you can take one because of what a black hole is.
No, you are taking a picture of incoming light. Camera is grasping or catching light. That's only what camera is doing. Nothing
Right,
else.
and it captures lots of light around the edge of it and absolutely no light in the center of it. A black hole by definition.
This is your interpretation. What you can see
This
on
is the scientific community's interpretation, Paper.
I don't know if it is scientific, but because you seems to say that this theory is the same as fantasy.
So you don't know what a scientific theory is either.
Theory always is based on experiment and some real thing. You can theorize upon it. You have to have phenomenon to make theory upon it.
So how do you think, NASA, that we can film a black hole according to your model? How do you think?
I just explained it.
Oh, I
Because
must have missed it. Sorry.
because a black hole is drawing light in it. So its event horizon would be surrounded by massive light and absolutely no light in the center of it, hence it being a black hole. So you would see it because there'd be light surrounding it.
Okay, at least you know your model. All right. I'll give you that, because a lot of you guys don't even know your own model. Yeah. So let's get this straight now. The thing that pulls everything in and not even light, right? That's when we were telling you guys, what the heck? How come we can see this? So you came up with a fancy story that there's like an event horizon where everything swirls around, and because it's swirling around, you're able to see the light. That's the story you guys came up with. Did I get that right?
Yes, the first interpretation, and then we have theory. This is modern scientific theory. I don't get it, and I don't adhere to that.
First conclusion, then we'll think about the, how we got there.
What about the real definition for a real black hole? Yeah, like a hole. An actual
Yours
black
is a little
one.
too big, spot on.
Yeah, hole in the ground where there's no light.
Yeah,
That's a real
take a
black
nail
hole.
out of the wall. Just
Yeah.
there's the hole. It's black.
Yep.
See, the difference is, though, SE, that to see a hole, we still see light. A black hole would be void of light completely. It would be distinctly different from just your average hole
Why do
on
you call
Earth.
it black for then? Why do you call it black hole for? It's full of light.
Have you
Is
ever
that what you
gone?
just said?
Have you ever gone golfing, SE?
What?
Uh-huh. Sure I have, Brenda.
Black holes.
Hole in the
Yeah,
ground?
hole in one.
How did you find the hole?
Because it's got a flag in it.
Yeah.
How did you find it? Say on the
Got a flag.
on the
I was looking for a flag, yeah.
How did you find the hole? How did you find it?
Because it wasn't in space.
But it
Oh,
doesn't have
Paul
anything.
found the hole.
It doesn't have anything in it. How could you possibly find it? It doesn't have anything in it.
Is
Look
that
at
your
the
argument,
definition of
Brenda?
a
That's
hole.
what you came in with? Really? Come on.
That's your argument.
She's making a simple distinction, guys, that
They're too
you see
stupid to
because
understand.
light.
Right? You're saying that you can't find the hole on the putting green, right? Because there's nothing in it. That's how dumb you are.
What?
You're kidding, right, Brenda? This is your argument. Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
How can you find it? Right? You're on the putting green and you want to putt the golf ball. What direction would you putt in?
Brenda, astrophysicist, came in with putting, golf course, black holes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Where would you putt towards, SE?
You know everybody's laughing right now, right, Brenda?
Yeah, at you.
No, at you. Making a black hole and referencing a golf course. I mean, it's astonishing.
What's in a black hole? What's in a black hole?
Not a golf ball.
Black hole is a
Yeah, it
mathematical
depends if you putt it
construct
or
made
not.
up by
No, but what's in a
phasers.
black hole? What's in a black hole?
On the golf course?
Depends if you.
Yeah.
A flag.
What's in a black hole, SE?
Flag.
What's in a black hole? What's in a black hole, SE?
You mean a construct that somebody made up and you believe, and you want me to tell you
What's in it? What's in it, Black? What's in it?
What's in a unicorn's horn, Brenda?
What's in a black hole, SE?
What's made? How does a unicorn horn? What is it made out of? It's the same question, Brenda.
What's in a black hole, SE?
I don't know, and you don't know, Brenda.
Answer the question. Answer
I
the
did.
question.
I don't know. I don't know. Now you tell us. What's in a black hole, Brenda?
No.
I'm clueless.
Tell us what's in a black hole. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm
He
dumb.
said.
You said it
He
yourself.
said.
I'm dumb.
He said,
Just
I
answered
don't know.
you. He said
Just
he
go
doesn't
ahead and
know.
answer. Go ahead and answer. What's in a black hole, SE?
I'm
We
dumb,
don't
Just
know.
Brenda.
answered.
did
He said he
answer.
doesn't know.
And just to
No
be
one
clear,
gives a
the hole
shit
on the
about
green
what's
is,
in the black
is
hole.
white,
What's in a
not
black
black.
hole? What's in a black hole, SE?
You called me dumb,
No one
right?
cares.
And that I don't know,
No,
right?
I
And I'm
didn't.
telling you, I don't
No, I
know.
didn't. No, I didn't. Somebody else did. I wasn't speaking at that time.
He came in and
Okay,
just made
so
a
I
really
give up. I
ridiculous
don't know,
point.
Brenda.
No,
I
Said
don't
many
know.
times
in a-
he don't know. We don't know
Come on,
what
paper,
black hole
paper.
is,
What's
and we
in a
don't
black
know.
hole?
We don't know.
What's in a black hole? Come on.
We don't
Answer
know
Is
the
it time
because
for you to go, Brenda? Is it time
how
for you to go, or what? You can't just repeat over and over the same thing. Either you're going to engage in conversation, or don't.
You're
You
the
asked
one.
a question,
You're the
and I
one
answered
not
you.
engaged. You're the one not engaging.
Brenda, I don't know what's in.
You're the one not engaging. Engage.
Okay,
He
ask your
doesn't know.
question. Go ahead, ask your question.
What is in a
Does
black
it come
hole?
to this? Seriously.
Okay, Brenda,
Again.
the answer to your question of what's in a black hole is I swear to God, I do not know. Honestly.
Then how do you know we can't take a picture of it?
No way.
so
All that for that.
Brenda.
I have
Oh, that's for that, Brenda.
I have similar question. What
Yeah.
is in the stomach of unicorn?
How do you know we can't take a picture of it? Because that's been your claim.
What is in stomach of unicorn?
Brenda, you need reprogramming for real. You need something. I don't know. Maybe you didn't eat, you didn't have supper or lunch. What time is it? Yeah. Because that's lame. Like,
Probably.
usually you come in with some, not the best stuff, but better than this.
Should we just start again? Forget how that happened. Like just.
Take a
brush it
mulligan,
under
like
the
Rakia
carpet.
says. Would you like to take a
Oh,
mulligan?
what? Yeah, mulligan. Is that in golf?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 3 over par.
This is the way
Nice.
the conversation goes when you're talking about imaginary things. Can't pinpoint an imaginary thing and
Yes,
predicate on it.
Don't predicate on
Nothing.
P if no P doesn't exist. This is the rule even in logic square.
Of course you can.
No, because in logic square you have annotation.
Where does
If-
Sherlock
if-
Holmes? Where does
if-
Sherlock Holmes live?
If P exists,
Where does Sherlock Holmes live?
In a book.
See, in a novel, yeah.
Yeah. Where does Sherlock Holmes live?
Oh, come on, Brenda.
he didn't live.
Where does Sherlock Holmes live?
He's
He didn't
fictional.
It's fiction.
Where does Sherlock Holmes live?
Oh, come on.
He's not real.
Fictional, Brenda.
It doesn't matter if he's fictional. Where does he live?
Where
In a
did
fictional
Terminator
place.
live? When did Terminator live?
Where does Sherlock Holmes live?
Come on. Nobody
Page
knows?
27.
237 Baker Street.
No,
Yeah.
page 27.
Sherlock Holmes and
Lo-
that address. do
Line
not exist.
4.
Sherlock Holmes and that address do not exist, but you can definitely, as somebody said, you can definitely form true propositions about Sherlock Holmes, even though he doesn't exist. So what's inside of
Not
a black
true.
hole? So
Not
what's inside
true.
of a black hole?
No, because it is begging the question, and
That's
this
not
is
what begging the question means. You don't know
yes.
the first
I
thing
know
about
what
logic.
is begging the question, because begging the
No, you
question
don't.
it means
No,
that
you don't.
you have to
Brenda,
prove
please, calm
the
down.
thing, and then you can predicate upon it.
No, you don't. No.
Yes,
What's the
how
obsession with
logic
knowing
works.
what's in a black hole? Brenda?
It's to show that SE and Paper and Bev are liars. They're disingenuous
What, that they
liars.
don't, what, because they don't know what is in a
Liars.
black
Because they
hole.
You got
refuse,
involved in
they
the
refuse
conversation,
to
Brenda.
engage.
Well, what's going
This
on?
is
No,
just-
Refuse
it's
to
just
engage.
answer.
I tell you what,
sophistry.
I tell you what, why don't you educate the lot of us then? You tell us, because you're the expert. Please tell us what is in a black hole, because none of us have a clue, Brenda.
If you don't know, how can you say that you can't take a picture of it?
No. Explain to us what's in the hole. That's
Fairly
what you're doing.
simple question.
Yeah,
If you
I
don't
thought you were.
know,
I thought you were going to explain what it was to us
yeah,
to
this is
put all this
called
to rest.
yeah,
No.
this is called the Socratic method. I mean, it's a series of questions, right? So if you don't know what's inside of a black hole, how can you say that you
I
can't
just
take a
asked you
picture
a
of it?
question. Can we not do this? Can you? We just stick
No,
to one question.
this
So
is
you were going
educating.
to. Yeah, you were going to educate
That's what I'm
everybody.
doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
I don't think you are, Brenda. Do you know what educate means?
It requires you. Yes, this is called the Socratic method. It is a educational method, right? So if you do not
It
know
means
what's
that
in a
you don't understand yourself, Brenda. That's what it
no, it
means.
doesn't. It doesn't mean that. If you don't
Yes, it
know,
does.
if you don't know what's in a black
If
hole,
you don't, do you know how old you sound at the moment? You sound like you're 12 and you're back at school.
if you don't know what's inside of a black hole, how can you say that you can't take a picture of it?
How can you say you can take a picture of it? Because you don't know what's in a black hole either, according to your own words. You haven't got a clue, have you, Brenda?
Or lack of.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not interested.
So, Brenda, we're all in the same boat. None of us has a clue what's in a black hole. Can you admit that, Brenda?
Nothing.
Including you.
Oh, Brenda.
You have no clue also.
That's
Yeah,
not
Brenda?
Brenda.
Well,
No, that's
no.
Alpha.
Definitely, Brenda,
Same
I'm sure
thing,
understands the
Who's
theory
this?
of
Isn't
general
that Brenda?
This is Alpha. I'm
relativity
talking to Alpha.
and the
I'm talking to Brenda.
formation of black holes.
Dude.
So it has nothing in it.
Same
Alpha.
thing
Have
as
you
Alpha and
never
Brenda.
heard of not speaking over women when they're
He
talking?
needs to help.
I was talking when you weren't talking, Emma, and then you began to talk over me. I'm sure you understand
We're
how that works.
talking to Brenda. I'm talking to
They
Brenda.
do know how it works. They don't care. They're not here for anything other than to abuse people. That's what they're here for.
No, we're here because it's Friday night.
Wow,
and it's free for
I
all
honestly,
Friday night.
nobody's
Get
called
off
you.
of.
Nobody's called you
Get
any
off of.
names, Brenda. Nobody's been
No,
mean to
this
you.
is
So
about
what are you
no, this
talking
is about
about?
you being childish and petty and being difficult and all that stuff. That's
Asking you to explain yourself is not being
I did.
petty.
I did. If you don't know what's inside of a black hole, how can you say you can't take a picture of it?
What's in a black hole that you can take a picture of? Brenda? What's in a black hole that you can take a picture of, Brenda? Okay, so this only works one way. Carry on, folks. Brenda's.
No, I think you should stick on the point. I think
Wow, shut
you're right to
down
do
by
that.
Emma. Just a couple of questions. Nicely done there, Emma.
It's not difficult, but Brenda just thinks it's childish asking her to explain things.
You can say we're essentially taking a picture of a void.
So you can take a photo of nothing?
You can, because it's surrounded by not nothing. So you have a massive light around it, forming
Lovely.
a particular shape, and then nothingness in the center. So yes, you can take a picture of it.
No, so you are talking about taking picture of something in neighborhood of nothing. So you have to have both things together or side by side to compare them.
Yeah, nothing surrounded by something.
Well, you can be more specific since we see light, that it's surrounded
So
by light.
we can picture only something, take a
No, we
photo
can picture
of
a
something
massive light
and
forming a
compare it.
shape around a void.
Void is not a shape because void is the same as nothing. Void and nothing are the same.
No, Paper, a void can form a shape.
void is empty. It is means this is
Correct.
empty, and
But
so
it does, a void has a
emptiness.
boundary, paper. Now,
So
what is
this
around that
shape of
boundary? And does
something.
that boundary form a shape? And then are you going to say that that shape's not valid because it's the boundary?
So this boundary is boundary of something surrounding
So-
this nothing. So
So
this,
let me ask you this,
So
paper. Here's
something is creating this
Where
boundary.
where can I use this like in my
Let-
day-to-day life is what I like to
sure,
know.
absolutely spot on. We're going to address that right now. We take a piece of paper that is completely blank and void of anything on it, and we draw a circle on it. The center of circle is nothing. Would you still say that we've drawn a circle?
Sorry, the centre of circle is nothing.
Correct.
It is a point,
The
and
circle.
point it has difference.
There's
because
nothing
it is not no.
there,
It is not
paper.
It's
It
geometrically.
is a hypothetical thing. There's
No,
absolutely
no.
nothing there.
It has,
You just
it has,
have the circumference, just the
That's a
You are
boundary.
mistaken. You are mistaken.
No, I'm not,
Point
paper.
has
All you
link.
have is
Wait,
the boundary of that
I will
circle, and yet
explain
you're
you.
going to tell me
I
it is a
will-
Professor,
circle.
could
Alright,
you at
Alpha,
least
I will
let him
explain.
finish? Can you at least let him finish his bloody
I
sentence,
will
please?
explain.
Emma, can you not talk
In
over people?
geometry,
Very
in
rude.
Euclidean geometry, we have explained
What a douche.
that point differs from nothing with one property, only one. Guess which one? Do you know what differs point from nothing?
What is in the center of that circle that we just drew
This
on the
is
paper?
Brenda. This is location.
Paper, what is in
Nothing,
the center
nothing,
of the circle
nothing
on
has
the
no
paper?
location. So if there is location, it has to be not something. We
Show
don't
me
know
the
what
something.
it is. Yes, so
Get a piece of paper, draw a
something.
circle on it, show me the something in the middle of it.
We cannot show something like we cannot. I cannot show you general horse.
You can show him
So
the point
what
of the
I've done-
compass. You can show him the
What
point of
we've
the
done here,
compass.
paper, is define the fact that yes, a void can form a shape because it has a border. In the case of black holes, we essentially see a hole, which are generally circular in shape, which is exactly what we see. You saying you can't define it, you can't see it,
You're saying
was just
holes are only
invalidated by
circular.
simple geometry.
You're saying you can't have a hole that's a different shape other than a circle. That's a bit weird.
No, Bev, if you understand.
So
not
you can
weird
have
at
different
all.
shaped holes.
Well, you probably do. It's abused.
What?
What?
Wow, that shows where
Right.
your mind is.
Well, the amazing thing, Grumpy, is Bev didn't understand what was said. That's the mind
said
on
that
that
holes
one.
are
He
circular.
can't understand
You
basic
said
things.
that
He doesn't
holes
even
were
know when he's getting
circular.
made fun of.
Who's making
Have you
fun
ever
of
drawn
who?
a black hole in another shape other
I don't
than a
know.
circle?
I
You
didn't
ever
want to
done
take a
that,
picture of
NASA?
his black hole spot on, that's for sure.
NASA, have you ever done that? Drawn a hole that isn't a circle?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yeah. But usually you draw circular holes. Because I think usual was what your termed out. So that's all I was questioning. Just pointing it out for everyone. Can have they ever pictured a other shaped black hole other than a circle?
You tell me.
I don't know. I've never seen the
Oh,
picture. You were the
are we-
one
I
that
don't
claimed
know
it
either,
was a
Bev. I
picture.
figured you're posing the question that you are asking it for a reason. I kind of presume that's because you had some information that we
No,
didn't have
you
here.
said
So
there were hot pictures of them, and I said I've never seen one, and then you said that you can't show one. So
no, I didn't say I can't show one, and that's
so
not
you
what we
have
were just
seen them
talking
then, right?
about.
So
Perhaps you're
in
confused.
the pictures of black holes that you have seen, have you seen them any other shapes other than circles?
We're speaking in general terms, right? Not perfect
Is there any?
circles.
Is there any with
Circular,
straight sides?
circular.
Have you ever seen any with straight sides? Any black holes?
No, that's
No.
the problem with gravity.
What? So there's a problem.
Yeah.
The problem with gravity is that it doesn't
right,
have
it makes things
square-sided
spherical
holes.
and circular and things like that.
So
Do you know
gravity
why?
needs
Are we talking about the golf
resocialization.
course still? Sorry.
Anybody want to wager a guess at why gravity does that?
Don't know. Would that be a problem for the why the horizontal paradox exists then?
There is no horizontal paradox.
But you said gravity. There's a problem with gravity that makes everything circles.
It's a problem for you.
That's not a problem for me. I don't think it's all right.
Was it you that told us level is a circle? Was it you, NASA? I could be wrong, so I won't. Just asking.
Yeah, level on the Earth would form a circle. Essentially, circular, we'll say.
Nice, nice. Well done. You heard it, people. Level is a circle to these people. Brenda, are you on board on this one? Is Brenda still here?
When
No,
you said, sorry,
Brenda left.
when you said essential, what does that mean? Could you explain?
Yeah, I can explain. Because when people here say circle, they tend to take the literal definition of circle. So the center and every edge point is equal distance. So I'm going to say circular
Edge point
as a shape.
Do you have an edge of a circle?
You don't? No edge?
Do you? I was asking you. Do you have an edge point?
No edge. Your circles don't have edges, Bev? Actually, no, an edge is probably incorrect since that's a straight line. We'll just say circumference.
Okay. No problem. So yeah,
so circular in shape, spot on, not saying geometrically a perfect circle.
Not a perfect circle, but a circle.
So we should say the shape of the Earth is globular, not really a perfect globe.
What, a perfect globe? What's a perfect globe look like?
Sphere.
One without elevation change.
That's a sphere, isn't it?
Is it?
So you're just like you're changing the word sphere for globe, are you?
No.
From circle.
No. Well, you seem like that's what you were doing.
No, to you maybe.
You said not a perfect globe. And you said...
So Bev, how do you feel about what I posted here about Euclidean definitions?
How do I feel?
Yeah, that Euclid says that a surface is two-dimensional.
I'm feeling like I might need the toilet soon.
Tough one to wrap your head around, eh?
Where he did he say that surface of what is two-dimensional?
Well, look in the chat there, paper. Book 1, definition 5, a surface is that which has length and breadth only. Book 11, definition 2, a face of a solid is a surface. Now, a sphere is a solid object, and the face of it is the surface. So Euclid is saying that the face of a sphere is two-dimensional.
It's a difference between surface and superficies, isn't it?
Only according to you.
Well, yeah, okay. So what is it to you then?
Anyway, so I will leave you with that. You guys can speak about Euclid confirming that surface of a three-dimensional object is two-dimensional.
I don't think he did that at
Tough
all.
one for you
That's
guys.
ridiculous.
I just showed it, Bev. Those are definitions from his books that you
His
like to reference all the time. Euclid's Elements.
Yeah, but you're misunderstanding.
There you go.
What
Your
it says isn't
YouTubers
our
are going to love you discussing how Euclid says that a three-dimensional object's surface is two-dimensional.
No, he doesn't.
Have you Have you had a brave pill tonight? You come in pretty like fired up tonight.
This is the bit that we've been asking them to talk about for about 2 or 3 years, and they haven't. But they've sent you in tonight, Alpha, and you don't really know what it is, do you? Is he gone? I would expect him to have gone.
Yes, but even if we have a cube, for example, so a face of a solid, it means that one side of this, which is facing us, for example, is two-dimensional. But the cube has 6 these surfaces in different directions. So we have 3 coordinates here. So there are 3 pairs of parallel planes in the cube. So I think this is what it means, that face, that one side we can see. For example, if we can see pyramid in Egypt, so it would be the triangle, the face. From this side, we can see that this is triangle. So this is the face because we are facing it. But it doesn't mean that all 6 surfaces of a cube are two-dimensional in total, because cube has surfaces perpendicular to each other. So if they have, if cube has planes or squares perpendicular to each other, it means they cannot be 2D in 2D space.
Yeah, I think it should go to say that if you go into 3D, then the basis of 2D's already been laid down and you've gone beyond it. So to go back to it, it would be a bit ridiculous. But hey, that's just me. All of the globe guys, I mean, within the Realizing Euclid, I think I'm hoping that they would try and have a look at how to actually realize Euclid, because they seem to have a problem.
Length and breadth, width and height, they're 2D. Anything else takes it out of that, so therefore it comes 3D. It's simple. Why can't nobody understand that?
We've been dealing with a group of people on the Twitter for quite a long time, and the 2D, 3D argument has been going for a very, very long time. And there's a group of people that need 3D to be 2D. They need it to be. And that's why they fight for 2D within 3D.
That and the locally, combined with locally, is pretty much covered.
But still, in this definition, surface is that which has length and breadth only. It means it was said about plane. So it has to be plane surface, not curved surface, because curved surface has 3rd dimension.
Well, if you go in book 11, you will see that there is no sphere marked, so all of the surfaces are that. It's talking about planes and lines. But they won't look at book 11, so I think it's just a bit of a shame. There is a an excellent learning possibility for people to actually get a grasp of geometry. But unfortunately, there's a group of people that want to just mock it. But hey, that's okay. They're allowed to
Can I say
feel
something real quick?
highly superior. Yeah, please go.
I was going to say, they think that spherical geometry is three-dimensional.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They treat it as three-dimensional, but call it two-dimensional.
Well, I think they're all confused anyway about their conceptions of what they think geometry is. And I know they'll get really upset at us saying that. But if they were able to come in and talk about it, they probably would. Because they'd like to feel superior about it. Anyway, want to get off the topic of Alfag and his ridiculous statements that he expects us to confirm.
I don't understand people who are bringing some claims. They refuse to support them or to bring some evidence. They are reversing burden of proof to the opponent, and they are trying to prove something from our ignorance, because we are ignorant about black holes and what it is in black hole. Then the opponent is making some kind of argument from our ignorance. So this is just pure nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They
it's not
think
going to
we're
last for
ignorant.
long, is it? You know, as a debate tactic. I mean, like nobody's asking them for a debate. Nobody's pretending that anything that they're doing is anything like a debate. Actually, we would like to have the debate, the structured debate, but they're making a mockery of it, I think.
Yes, but in real debate, Brenda should bring evidence, not only some pictures, evidence, solid scientific evidence for that. For example, for black holes. But in free-for-all Fridays, he thinks that he just can come here and just to mock us with that weird concepts.
He's come here. He said that what he said about Euclid says 2D is 3D is what some ridiculous nonsense, right? And he's just going to be able to go away to all of his friends now and say, "See, I told them." And that's about it.
Yes, he will claim victory because we don't know what is in black hole.
No, the Euclid thing. He'll be telling his mates now that nobody needs to worry about realizing Euclid, because Euclid said that 2D is 3D is 2D, and you know, that's it. I bet you that's the argument coming from them. Realizing Euclid doesn't need to be done because we don't understand Euclid, because Euclid said 3D is 2D, because that's what I think he tried to say.
It is possible.
But I mean, that's it. That just goes to show that is the end of their argument. It's about as far as it goes, as far as geometry goes, anyway.
For me, this is serious. that kind of explanation assumes that Euclid didn't discern between 2D and 3D, and he was mistaken. And this conclusion, of course, is preposterous.
Well, yeah, he did. That's why Book 11 exists, because we moved from 2D to 3D. It just doesn't make any sense to me why they think he would have added 2D surfaces back in again. It quite clearly says the surface of an object, of anything, is, you know, the surface is what bounds. Oh, it says everything is length, breadth, and width, or height, and then the surface is that which bounds it, which makes sense. Well, not the surface, superficies. At least in my book. I mean, they obviously have different books that state different things. And it's not really a thingy night, is it? Should we? Feels a bit wrong to be going into this sort of a thing without being able to put the stuff on screen. So I'm like, I wasn't
If surface
planning on
of
getting
solid
involved.
object was 2D, it would mean that it does not differ from just a plane. So the plane or a square is the same as cube, and this is nonsense.
Well, I don't know why we're talking
Bev.
about it really, because
Don't think I'm stupid, but I'm going to ask you a question. In a photograph, the image you're looking at, is it two-dimensional?
the image.
Image is
If you take a
two-dimensional.
picture of something, the image you're looking at, is that image two-dimensional?
Yeah, it's compressed, isn't it? You've got the whole of the width of the depth of the entire thing compressed onto an image.
Right.
I mean, the picture isn't, because the picture's a physical object, but
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the image.
yeah.
Image is on paper, and paper or screen. This is 2D, of course. So picture is itself is in 2D.
Thanks.
I would disagree with that one.
That the image is 2D.
Respectfully, yeah.
Why?
Because 2D is a concept. So what you think you're looking at 2D because it's in a picture, it's actually 3D what you're looking at.
Yes, you know this is 3D, but because you know it, for example, if you have picture of a road which is going along and is disappearing in vanishing point, and you have picture of that, you don't see 3D, but you realize you can comprehend 3D, because we can see third dimension, this depth, we can comprehend it. This is not what we see, because we can comprehend that these angles are in such a manner that we can say that this is further and this is closer. But we have to learn it. For example, if we have a child who cannot catch the ball incoming to him, and he has to learn perspective, how this ball is coming to him. So very, very small child cannot coordinate his hand with incoming ball. And this has to be trained, and he has to achieve a certain age to do that. Like for example, to catch balance, and he cannot walk before a certain age. The same is with balls. So very small children cannot play ping pong because they cannot calculate movement of the ball, tennis ball, and how to move his hand with this rocket in hand and so on, because the perspective thing is conceptual, and he is not very good in thinking at that age. So on picture we can see perspective because we can understand perspective. That's why we can see that this object is further and this object is closer on 2D picture, but picture itself is 2D.
Good job, paper.
I'm not on board with that one because many reasons actually. First of all, 2D is a concept, right?
I'm with you, Essie.
So
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so maybe the best you can say is a picture is the best representation of what we can do to imagine 2D, but it's still 3D.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. A representation of two-dimensional.
Yes, of course, it is a representation, but still on the picture we can see it is one surface, so flat surface, so to speak. But we can resolve the distance of the objects in that picture because of angles, and we have to learn it. This is not given to us with our birth. We have to learn it.
You have to learn what? I'm not with you here. Learn what?
These angles that, for example, the incoming ball to the child is getting greater and greater, and he has to not calculate but grasp at which rate it is growing, and he has to coordinate movement of his hand according to this growing and growing ball.
Right, I get you. Yeah. I get you. Coordination between the senses. Yeah, got you.
And but he has to learn that this angular size is growing with this ball, and so we can understand perspective because we can see change of the angles and angular sizes of objects, and we can see this on the picture, of course.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think that comes automatic for us humans, right? That
yes,
the brain does that automatically.
But in fact, it is not automatic. We have to learn it.
As a child, yeah.
We don't remember that. Just it. That's why, for example, we don't understand. We don't remember how we learn to speak words, first words, etc. But we had to learn it.
Right, and I see where you're getting at. Yeah. I'm not so sure about the coordination thing, that you have to learn it, but you're probably right. I mean, you see kids like fumbling around, and yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah, when you see a child first start reaching for things, you can see that they don't go directly to the object. They kind of step to it in certain
Yeah,
ways till they
yeah.
get to. So they're learning, their depth perception and that sort of thing, I guess. But I like Paper's explanation. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, so do I. It's a whole different thing, but yeah, that's probably how it works. You got to learn it.
So, for example, if we have this computer game in the screen, this is, of course, the screen is 2D, but we can see 3D because of angles. So this is part of this work.
Hold on. Is the screen 2D?
Screen, yes, no, representation of 2D.
It's not, Paper. It's not 2D.
Yes, it's not ideal 2D, but the surface we can consider it as 2D. This screen, like piece of paper. So, but we can see these objects being further and closer to gamer because of angles. We have learned these angles, how they are creating perspective, and we understand perspective. That's why we understand what's going on this screen.
I don't disagree with that part. I disagree with the part that you say that the screen is 2D.
In a sense, not perfect 2D, because we have no objects in reality which are 2D. But
Exactly. That's my whole point. Exactly.
But I have one doubt, because, for example, shadow is 2D or 3D?
Good question.
For me, it's 2D.
For me, it's 3D. Like I said, everything is 3D. So even shadow will have to be 3D.
Yeah, a shadow would be on whatever it's casted on, which would be 3D.
No, I am talking about, let's say, perfect plane. The shadow on perfect plane.
Perfect plane?
Yes, you have perfect plane, flat surface, and you have shadow on this.
Is this plane in a 2D conception of a plane, or a reality? Plane in reality?
Surface.
In reality?
Like wall. Perfectly
Right.
flat
Okay.
wall.
Yeah. Then 3D for sure. The shadow is 3D. In my opinion, right? Just my opinion.
I'm not sure, because if it were a perfect plane, this wall would create perfect plane, then a whole shadow would be in this plane. So it would mean that this shadow would be 2D, as this plane was. For me, I'm not
Right.
sure.
But the way I see it is, I can ask you, like, can you hand me a 2D object?
Of course not, but that's my question. Is a shadow of something object, or it is not an object?
Yeah. Can you hand me a shadow?
That's why I was talking
I
about
can put
image.
a shadow on you, though. I can put a shadow on you, on your hand.
That's why
No,
image is not an object.
blocking the light from hitting my hand.
Yeah, that's like a. I like this. I like where we're going with this.
That's why, for me, the shadow issue, is it 2D or 3D, is the same as image. If it is 2D or 3D.
Look, I say again, there's no such thing as 2D. So everything that you've ever seen, touched, experienced, thought of, all that is 3D.
I agree, but image is not object. image of object is not an object.
I'll agree with that. Yep.
The key about what you guys are saying is, if I can, is what is conceptual? That's the question you need to ask yourself and answer. What is conceptual? Because I think when these people come in and talk about the surface of what they think is the sphere, or even if you're measuring your, your floor in your house or a wall in your house, those are all 2D because it's conceptual. When you're measuring your wall in your house or your floor in your house, what you're measuring is conceptual because that's actually 3D. It exists in reality. It must be 3D, has to be 3D. But what you're measuring, right? What you're measuring is conceptual.
Yeah, but you can't put your hands through it, and that's why
That's why I said you need to ask yourself what is conceptual.
Exactly.
I would say
Yeah, but even the measurement, if you want to go there, right? Even the laser beam, right?
Yep.
Even the laser machine, even the tape that you're going to use or whatever you're going to use to measure, it's all 3D.
Yes,
definitely.
But I would say that objects and tools are 3D because they are real, but your measurement itself, this is what you are doing in your head. Your measurement is in your head.
2D.
But is it 2D in your head?
You
can. You want to go there? Sure, we can do that.
Conceptual, innit?
Your brain, your thoughts, right?
You can reduce 3D reality to the image of 2D. You can reduce that. You can do that with your mind.
Conceptually, exactly. Yep.
Maybe think about it, but the actual part, the actual thing that's going on, is it really 2D? The electric circuits, whatever that whatever does that in your brain, is that actually in 2D?
Brain.
I don't
brain
think
is
that.
3D.
I don't
brain
think
is
that.
3D.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
think
Favors.
that thinking is brain.
I don't.
Correct.
I agree. I agree. I don't think we think in our brain.
Yep. Brain is 3D. Thoughts are conceptual.
That's why I
What about energy?
I discern between brains, which and it means involves memory and imagination, but thinking, logical thinking, it is not brain. What is thinking? I think that our mind is spiritual, and of course it uses brain and memory and something like that in process of thinking. But
What the brain has already constructed through your experience. That's what it's already able to use. And when you inject something new, you use what's ever been constructed in there to formulate the new thing you're looking at.
yes, that's why children are memorizing in first stage of their life, because they don't understand, but they memorize quickly many things.
Yep.
Unrelated to each other, and therefore they are filling their hard disk, but they still cannot use it properly. But the mind is just using them in the next stage of abstractive thinking, and this abstractive thinking is logic thinking, and it is, for me, I think it is according to my, so to speak, belief, it is mental and intellectual and spiritual, not physical.
That's where I was getting at. There's two distinctions I think we have to make here. One is the actual mechanism that creates our thoughts, whatever they are, whatever the way I'm speaking now. There's no doubt about it that there's actual matter called the brain, using electrical signals, whatever the little we know about that, right? That's one aspect of it, the mechanism. The actual thoughts and dreams and that goes into the metaphysical part, right? Who knows what that is?
Dreams? No, I disagree on dreams.
Well, the 2D, 3D, I'm saying, but the rest of it, go on. What do you disagree on with?
I think that you used word dream, or not?
Dream and thoughts. Yeah.
No. I discern between dreams, which are just in your brain, is going some film, and you cannot steer. You cannot direct this. It is just what is happening, and you can memorize that, and you can recollect after you wake up, but you have no control over this. But thinking is something else, because you are thinking, and you can stop thinking, and you can think about something else. But with dream, this is just film, which you cannot not stop it at will.
Yeah. Yeah. That's obvious. Yeah. Agreed. Mm-hmm.
Some of my dreams, I wish you could.
Well, some you can. I've had dreams, and there's a lot of people that know how to control and steer their dreams.
I've heard people say that.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
I've done
say,
it when I was a kid. Yeah.
but I think from my experience in in my dreams, when it was situation in that dream that I had to make a decision to choose something, I was waking up. So that's I think that or it was going to happen in that dream that I didn't want to happen, and I wanted to oppose. I was waking up. But that's me.
And what would you consider a dream that happens in reality the very next day?
I don't know. I never experienced that.
I have.
So
I had a dream, and except for the ending, because I remembered my dream, so I was able to change the ending in reality. But it happened exactly as it happened in my dream up until the end, which I was able to change because I knew what happened in the dream.
What would you call it?
A premonition. I don't know what else you could call it.
I think because, for example, in the Bible, you know about this Joseph in Egypt. So he had dreams also, and he could say to Pharaoh what will happen, because he had this in dreams. And so I can agree that there are people who can have this predictive or foresee something in dreams.
Well, I'll
For
tell you,
me,
Paper, it's the honest to God's truth. I'm not lying about it.
I think this is possible, but
That's the metaphysical part, right? When you hear these things, like that's beyond. Yeah.
Yes, that's metaphysical, but it doesn't mean that this is unreal for me.
Yeah. Well, look, like with the dream part, I can say for myself that I had, as a kid, I've had dreams, and I knew I was dreaming, and I was saying, "Oh, look, the same dream," you know. So I can
Yes,
relate to that. But what it is and how you dream and where, I mean, how does your mind while you sleep make a movie? I have no idea. But I know it's a 3D process, right? Now, what that projection, what you see is, beats me. But
That happened
you
to me
need a
one time.
brain.
I have no
I had a-
idea what the technology is involved in that. I
Yeah.
mean, in dreams.
Dude,
but
I had a dream that I was sleeping in a chair by a lake, and I woke up in the chair with but it wasn't a specific place. I didn't think, but I woke up with a raccoon like around me, and like probably maybe 4 or 5 months later, it wasn't like the next day or nothing, but we were in Orlando going to Wild Waters or Wet and Wild, and so I wasn't thinking nothing about this dream, but I was sitting out there, got in an argument with my girlfriend at the time, and I fell asleep in the chair by the little landing where you put the boats in the lake. And I shit you not, I woke up feeling something up on my leg. A raccoon was sniffing my leg, and I woke up, and it was exactly the way my dream happened, dude. It was so weird, dude. So weird. So that kind of stuff happens, man. It was like super deja vu. I mean, it was like super duper deja vu almost. But I literally did have the dream, but it was a good while, probably at least 2 months before it actually happened. But it indeed did happen. And so it was either a hell of a coincidence, super deja vu, or I don't know how to explain it. But also I have these dreams. I can control my dreams a little bit. Like if I dream I'm flying, sometimes I can go back to sleep and keep flying. But anytime I go to show somebody in my dreams, I can only go straight up, and I have to concentrate. Like I have to put my hands out each way, with my arms out a little bit, with my hands facing down to the ground, and I have to concentrate. And it takes energy, kind of like I feel exhausted if I have to concentrate too much. But so by concentrating with my energy of my hands facing the ground, I could fly straight up in the air. But no, that's what it is. When I go to show somebody, I can't even do that. But if there's nobody around, every now and then in my dreams I could fly. But usually I wind up out over the water and worried that I'm going to lose the ability to fly, or somebody's going to see me and from a distance, and it's going to make me not be able to fly. But it usually comes with some kind of worry, kind of takes the fun out of it. But just flying straight up in the air, once I get off the ground, it's pretty effortless. But then I go to show somebody, and I'm just standing there looking like a fool because I'm just standing there with my arms out, like concentrating, saying, watch this, and not doing nothing at all.
You silenced everyone, Brian.
Yeah, everybody's probably trying to relate to it, man. But I had night terrors. It's just nobody's talking, man. What? I guess I was probably about 25, man. I was managing this like a Burger King warehouse, but it wasn't just Burger King. It was import export. But it was the time I worked there, and I have where I would be paralyzed. I know a lot of people have experienced this, and I can help them. And it's mostly younger people, like probably about between 20 and 25, probably around the same age as I went through it. But I could hear what's going on, and I could even smell stuff, whatever's going on around me. I knew, but I just was paralyzed. I couldn't move. So it's scary. And you don't really know why it's scary, but it's just the fact you're so helpless. And I found it. I learned how to conquer it though, but it just got, and I'm a deep sleeper too. But so I had to find a way. So I got to where I could wiggle my toe, and I would literally wake up sweating, exhausted just from moving a toe. And then I just kept trying it, and after a few days, I got to where I could move my foot a little bit, and then I got where I could move my ankle. So I got better and better trying it every night, and literally during this time, like I could tell my sister and stuff what was even playing on TV, like Geraldo was on. I could tell her what they were talking about, but I couldn't move. And so what I did, I finally got where I could move my foot, my ankle, then my leg. So I slept on the edge of the couch where it didn't take much movement for me to fall off. And when I finally was able to move my whole leg, and I positioned myself on the edge of the couch where I was able to, I mean, it was literally exhausting, dude, but I threw myself on the couch. It obviously woke me up, and it didn't happen again for a long, long time, years and years and years. But I felt like I conquered it. Then it started happening again, not too recent, but so I told my wife, if you ever see me moving my foot or my leg, you know, wake me up because I'm trapped. And she kind of obsessed with it, you know. But she literally, guess anytime she was awake, because it happened, she woke me up. It literally happened. I don't know if talking about it brought it back up, but it happened again, and I moved my foot, and sure enough, she woke me up, and that was so comforting, man. Like, it was such a relief, dude. She woke me up, and I was like, didn't have to worry about it as long as she's around. And it's happened just a couple times over freaking 10 years, man. It's happened since then, and she's woke me up, and so she knows, you know, she knew what to look for. If she's ever sitting there and I'm dead asleep, she sees my foot moving. But so if anybody experiences this who's listening, maybe, maybe not, but if you are, you can conquer it. But it takes a lot of energy, and it doesn't happen overnight. But you do get better and better at moving if you focus all your energy on one part of your body. You can get better and better at moving if you know, go through the effort. I forgot how long it took, man. I'd be lying if I told you exactly how long, but I think it was about a period of about a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 2 weeks. I think it was more like a couple months. It was a long, long time ago when I first was able to wiggle my toe. But I can't be the only one who's experienced this. Anybody else in here got sleep paralysis, I think they call it? There's a name for it.
I don't know what I do when I'm asleep. I'm asleep.
Pretty intense, dude. I don't wish it on you. And the reason it's scary the first time is because I felt like something was standing over me, but I couldn't see it, obviously. And I couldn't really prove, you know, I had to just tell myself, you know, you're safe. But it's scary every time, dude. It's literally scary. I remember going to work, man, and having to catch up on sleep during break in a little secluded spot in the warehouse on a soft pallet of styrofoam cups and shit, and just go and just catching a little sleep and thinking, you know, it never happened here at work. And the same shit happening, man, at work, dude, during that time. That's how I know about when it was a period of a few years. But it's scary, very scary every time it happens, because you whether you are or not, you feel like you're conscious, and there's enough of you that can tell what's going on around you. Like if you hear something, so part of you is conscious, but the part that you're not fully conscious because you can't move, but you're not fully unconscious. But anyway, maybe nobody can relate to it, but it's a crazy story. It's true.
Hey, what do you think about the ether argument, Bry?
Man, I'm kind of on the fence myself, man. To be perfectly honest, what I like about it is that it's a globe destroyer. You know, they had to do away with it because it you know, to save the globe for the Michelson-Morley. And like QE's right, like it's not technically natural science because it's not anything you can manipulate as far as, I mean, you could kind of put it into an experiment, but it just falls under more like technology. Like interferometer technology is pretty reliable. So if it processes, you know, you want to know why. And if it is the ether, let's just say if that's what it is, that's a globe destroyer, period. And that's what Michelson had set out to prove. So part of me believes it, but then part of me believes, you know, that, you know, you don't need nothing. Like he brought up a good argument. Like you could set up a pitching machine in a vacuum. It's still going to throw balls, you know, nothing's going to stop it, even if you create the most powerful vacuum you can. So it ain't like there's never nothing. There's still a couple air molecules or whatever. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So, I mean, I understand both arguments, man, but I'm a little bit biased toward the ether.
What
because,
are the
like
arguments,
I said,
though?
it
'Cause I only got told about this. Well, I think most of us in here only got told about this the other day. Well, like today, was it, Essie?
Well, I heard the other day that they were talking about it a couple of days ago.
me, it's an interesting discussion, and I was just trying to come in neutral. Like, look, let's not get bent out of shape, and
Yeah,
and
well,
let's have
like
a
you couldn't
reasonable
get much
discussion.
more neutral than not knowing about it. So
Yeah. And I could state the arguments for it without, without too much resistance,
the arguments
without any
for
ad hominem and all that.
it, though. I mean, because I bet there's a lot of
Yeah.
people that don't know what it is.
You didn't see my video? I'll post it real quick. If you want to skip right to the fact, if you want to see it, then you got to skip to 50 seconds. It's only a 3-minute video if you want to watch the whole thing, but I'll post a video and just skip to 50 seconds and then just watch it for about 30 seconds. And if you want to see what it is, if the ether exists, this is what it is. I'm not 100% sure, but if I was to make the claim, I'd want to have something to back it up. So if the ether does exist, then my video shows it. What should I post it in, Bev?
Well, you can put it in the Discord if you can. And then
Yeah,
anybody
that's
in the Discord can go and have a look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it, but like I said, I still ain't 100% sold on it. It might just be
So that
an element
that video that
other
you've
than
got
hydrogen.
there is like what you're saying. It is the ether.
No, that's what I'm saying. It could be something else. It could be like an element lighter than hydrogen, maybe that the vacuum leaves behind. I don't know, man. I'm not saying for sure nothing, but I'm just saying if it does exist, that if you ask me to show it, this would be what I would present. But like I said, I can argue against it just as much as I can for it, man. But to me, it's possible, man. It's possible. I will say that. I keep an open mind. But let me post it.
What people did with ether. Ether originally was the fifth element in Greek theory of elements. There were four. They consider earth. So we could say today that this was four states of matter, but they thought that they are different types of matter. So earth, solid, water or liquid, air, so it would be gas, and fire, because they didn't know what it is, but they thought that fire is a state of matter or just another element. So four. But they didn't know what that celestial objects are made of ether, and also because they thought that demons or angels, so spiritual entities, also had some matter inside of them, so they inscribed ether into them, that they were ethereal entities. So that's the Greek theory about ether. But this was just philosophy or maybe theology, but not physics, really. So I don't know why they in 19th century they brought again ether to existence as a real thing. I don't know. I personally don't believe in ether, but
I'm stuck in the middle because I don't believe that gas goes down. Like I believe there could be something that keeps us grounded, possibly, but I don't believe that gas goes down. So I would never argue that, even if I thought what I'm showing is the ether. So I'm kind of in the middle of the argument. I think that's ridiculous to say gas goes down. I think it's going to fill the available volume, like Nathan says. How could you argue against that? Gas is going to fill a volume, dude. I don't see how anybody could try and get around that with a logical brain cell. But it could be something that's maybe thinner, maybe thinner than hydrogen, and that really doesn't need to be, you know, it's not really in the convention like the periodic table, because I don't know. You have to watch the video. I posted it in live chat on the level. If anybody wants to just go right to it, just go to 50 seconds. And it seems only, what I'm speaking of seems only rear its head under real high energy situation. Like Mach, if you traveled speed of sound, I use that as a secondhand observation of that bubble looking thing that obviously ain't the air. The air doesn't behave like that, and we don't see radio waves or sound waves. So what is it? You know, and I have a couple other examples I haven't shown, but really the best one is the one with the vacuum underwater. And if you want to argue for it, you know, you could start with that. But like I said, I could argue against it too, man. I'm kind of in the middle of that argument, man. I think it's a great discussion though, man. Myself, I think it's fun to speculate, but then I got to realize it's just speculation though. It's no way to prove it. Not for me to prove it anyway.
Brian, I started to watch this video, but essentially in this video, this glass cube is originally filled with air, and then the air was pumped out from this cube. Yes.
Yeah.
So for me, this is you just, or this person just changed average density of an object, because
No, that's not the argument. That's not, dude. You got to watch just a few more seconds. The argument ain't the buoyancy of it. You missed the whole entire point.
I
I just put that as a side note, in respect for the guy who made the video. I didn't want to leave out all his stuff, so that's what he started with. So that's what I kind of made it. But it does raise an interesting point that that is the buoyancy equation would have a vacuum chamber and a chamber of air or chamber of anything, being the buoyancy force would be measured by the amount of water it displaces or the amount of fluid it displaces and the density of the fluid. It has nothing to do with the what's inside of a box. So there's no way that the vacuum chamber should be more buoyant than a chamber of air, but it is measurably. And when it's displacing the same amount of water, that's just a side note. That's not seeing the ether. You got to watch a little bit more of the video just to actually see what I claim is potentially the ether.
I would say that I don't use buoyancy anyway, because I don't think that buoyancy is a thing at all in our physical world. But what it...
Me neither.
I think that this cube was sinking because this person changed average density of this object.
Okay, instead of starting at 50 seconds, bro, go watch it again. Start at 120 seconds. I must have given the wrong starting point. Start at 120. I gave you the wrong starting point. That wasn't the point. Sorry, that's my fault. So go from 120 to 150.
Okay, so I am off to watching this, and I will be back in 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll be sure not to ask questions, because when you're trying to watch a video or post a video, like you could hear people, but then to respond, if somebody asks you a question when you're trying to post a video, you have to stop to answer the question. And then you got to start all the way back over and get into the video to repost it. So I'll be sure not to ask them any questions. Same thing if you're observing it.
We'll be back in a minute.
But here's the thing: is he draw for anybody who doesn't want to watch it but wants a brief description? Is yeah, it did start off with the fact that it floated and it was more buoyant, which was, you know, to me, shits on gravity and buoyancy. To me, it's all the same thing, equalization, you know. But it shows he draws the best vacuum he can. He gets his meter down to 0, and he unhooks the pump. Then he dunks this square chamber that's empty for the most part underwater. Then he opens the valve and it starts, he points out that it's trembling. Like he has like a 35-pound dumbbell to help him even hold the bitch underwater. But he's helping hold it down, and it's trembling, letting the water in. And it gets about a third of the way in, and he closes the valve and looks at the pressure gauge, and it's still no pressure at all, even though he's letting in a third of the water. But then he opens the valve back, and he switches to the underwater camera, and it's bubbling like profusely. I mean, it's bubbling like not way more than if you just dunk something underwater and let it fill up. How it burps. It burps the air out of it as it fills up, way more than that. But there was no air coming. It wasn't even making it to the top of the chamber. At first, I thought it was like water boiling in there because of the vacuum, but there it wasn't, because the pressure didn't go up at all, and the water wasn't even making it to the top of the chamber. So it wasn't even leaving the chamber going to the top. And he called them bubbles of nothing, because how else could a heliocentrist explain it? They have to call it bubbles of nothing, because it wasn't air going to the top, and it wasn't any kind of gas at all, because it was showing no pressure on the gauge. But to me, it's something, So if you want to argue for ether, and somebody asks to see it, then I say show them that as the primary observation, because to me it's something bubbling. There's no such thing as nothing bubbles, although that's what they call them. Oh yeah, I left this part out. Then at the end, he shows that there's like a tiny speck of air at the top, not enough, so you can literally see the little bit of air he wasn't able to get out of the vacuum. There was a speck, like a dime sized little bubble of air. So yeah, you could never draw. You're always going to have something of a medium. To me, the fluid stretches. I don't think there's no molecules bouncing around in there. I think it stretches. I don't think it's like solid. Obviously, it ain't like solid, but to me, when you draw a vacuum, you stretch it, or if you compress air, you're literally compressing it literally. So I think fluids like gases, we can literally stretch and compress. I don't think that that it's literal things bouncing around. I don't see how that makes sense. I do understand. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
By stretching air, you are just making it more dense. And in this film, I could see that this was boiling water, because if you
that's exactly what I thought, dude. That's exactly what I thought. But he showed the pressure gauge when it was 1/3 full of water, and there was still no air in there, no gas, no water vapor. That's exactly what I thought. I thought it was boiling water, but I was like, that's a lot of freaking boiling going on, and but literally it wasn't gas vapor, because the pressure, he still read zero pressure. But that's, you think just like me, because that's what I thought at first until I studied it a little more. But here's the thing: I agree that like they have to make things particles or molecules, because they put things in computers and all that, and you have to quantify something to be able to simulate it or make a device. You have to quantify it. So even with photons of light, like you have to call it a discrete chunk of energy or a particle of energy. With electrons, you have to give them an amount. So like with photons, they come up with the quickest, smallest little speck flash of light they could, and assigned it a value so they could compare it to other amounts of light, and make a device like a spectrometer. Or with electrons and shit, they had to quantify them and make them particles so they could make a multimeter or a voltmeter, or put them in a computer software or to simulate them. You have to make things material to simulate them. So it works, and I don't argue that. So I agree it's good conventions because they make things work, but that doesn't literally mean that there are literal electron physical particles running through your wires. I mean, that's fucking nonsense in my opinion. But I understand the way they quantify it and make it into particles to be able to, measure it and compare it. It's a good convention. I'm not arguing against the convention, but when people start reifying that shit, like Dr. John D would say, when people start reifying these things into reality, like they're real, that's where you got to draw the line. And it's the same thing with the gases, in my opinion. I don't know.
You know that nobody was saying any of that stuff that you did then. Is that what's been on your mind? Because
say again.
You brought that conversation in here. So you're saying when they say it, yeah.
Yeah, well, they definitely ain't talking about y'all. I have never heard y'all say it, but when I argue this in other servers or debate it, discuss it, they say they'll talk about electrons like they're physical, or photons. They'll say that it's a particle, a massless particle. So no, it's free for all Friday. I got to remind you of that, man. Don't bring this shit up, right?
Yeah.
But can you explain, because you said massless particle, what would it be? Because for me, this sounds nonsensical. Because particle, it means that this is some kind of solid object anyway. So how can a solid object can be massless?
Because
without matter.
Because it's in their math, like the momentum. It's got to be massless, or else you have to say light conserves momentum, and you can't have I agree with you. You can't have a particle with zero mass, but that's what they have to say, or they have to figure in. They'd have to figure in further. They couldn't bounce lasers off the moon or planets or sun or whatever they do. If light has a mass, then it would have momentum, and then it would conserve momentum, and they can't have that. It would kill like half their experiments and shit. But like I said, they have to quantify it to have a spectrometer. The whole field of spectrometry depends on that concept, but it doesn't mean it's really a particle. But they have to quantify the smallest amount they can get to. They have to quantify it to even have simulations in the first place. How are you going to put it in a computer if you can't enter a fucking 1 or a 0 beside it? You know what I'm saying? It's hard to explain, but try.
I think they are trying to resolve this conundrum with energy. So they are equivocating energy with mass. So I think that that was Einstein who brought that.
Yeah, shout out to Dr. John D. Yeah, sorry.
But for me, it is still nonsense. Energy or energeia in Greek and in Aristotle's thought, it was just what causes things to move, or even life. So energy, it's something that causes things to move, and therefore they can live, for example, make them living. So this is energy for me, but it has nothing to do with being massless, because still energy in this Aristotelian thought is something that is moving mass. So it would be this energy. So you have to have mass to move, something moving mass, but
right,
something moving nothing, it means anything, just nonsense for me.
I agree, man. And shout out to Dr. John D because he points out the fact. I mean, he taught me a lot that I was doing like that I didn't even realize, like reifying things like mass, reifying something like energy. Like he challenged to take mass, if you want to call it like, if you want to call or say gravity, if you want to call it mass attracting mass, then use that mass attracting mass and substitute that every time you use the word gravity, and it should make sense, you know. So he took, and same thing with like energy, we reify that as if it's like something solid or something, and it's just a term basically. And so the way they define energy is like the ability to do work. So anytime you are going to say the word energy, say the ability to do work, and whatever they define it as, trade it, and you'll find yourself sounding like a dummy, like how much ability to do work did it take to do that? I mean, you can't substitute in most situations. You can't substitute it for the definition, and that I'm maybe not doing John D's work any justice, but shout out to him anyway. He explains a lot better. But these things are conventions, and whether they work or whether they don't, you know, we reify these things as if they are part of reality instead of a concept, and people get confused, and he's brought it back down to earth. And just for Bev's sake, like for any listeners out there, yeah, this ain't things that are, I think, in contention on this channel. These are just things that I argue with Globers and other people, and just come talk about them here to anybody interested and everything. These aren't things that are in contention so much as on this channel. It's just some interesting little back and forths I have in other places. I like to bring here on like Free for All Fridays, maybe Model Afflicted Mondays and shit, because I'm Model Afflicted as far as like trying to make a flat Earth model.
You mean a scientific model of flat Earth?
Yeah, like a model explaining positions of places and celestial navigation and seasons, time zones. And I to me, I support the AE map a little bit different than that, but I think everything works fine. I think that's how they created their globe, was off of flat and level angle measurements, basically.
You say you support a map?
Yeah, not 100%, but I argue with the map. Like MC Toon made the challenge for like any flat earther didn't know how to celestial navigate or something. Like they're out there at sea using globes. He's trying to challenge a flat earther, and then he's sitting here saying they told me not even to go do it. Like Huey and them, they're like, man, you're wasting your time. I'm like, I ain't gonna try and get the money from the challenge, but I just want to go on there to show them that, you know, it ain't freaking rocket science to get it to work on a flat map. All maps are flat, but
do you do celestial navigation?
No, but I learned it just to show him that we can get a fix on you know, on and make it work on a flat surface mathematically. So I went on there and gave him his fix, and he said he'd buy me a beer because I used the radius of the Earth, which I didn't. I used a triangle on a flat surface, but he said I used Google Earth, and my whole argument was that I'm trying to show y'all how y'all mistook Google Earth measurements as being a ball when it's really measurements off of a flat plane. That was my argument, but I didn't expect to get that. I ain't saying he cheated me out of money or nothing, but I basically just wanted to show him that, look, it's not that difficult. And he was using it since nobody was participating. He's trying to act like we're all stupid. And I'm not saying you or you guys. I'm saying, you know, like the flat earthers, in the debate, the model afflicted will stay. Just wanted to show him that it wasn't impossible, man. It ain't fucking rocket science. They ain't geniuses. Nobody takes a globe out to sea, fucking doing navigation.
But you did that in maths, not in reality then.
Right, I just did a conversion, a refraction conversion. It could be multiple things, but to me, I did 2 videos. So I showed that the 69 miles per degree, or 60 nautical miles per degree, that it's spot on until you get to 3 degrees. It's on, it's not even off to a thousandth of a freaking or a degree, I think, but it's only off by 1 full degree when you hit 1,400 miles. Does the globe start contradicting the flat? That's a long way. So in other words, instead of I think I gotta figure out exactly how many. I think when like 18 degrees changes to like 19 or so. Anyway, when it's off by 1 full degree, I think that lapsed at 1,400 miles. So point is if you're out at sea, you're talking about a couple weeks of travel. Even in a car nowadays, you're talking about traveling away from underneath that celestial object for driving in a car for 2 full days before it's off by 1 degree. So my point is I'm telling them, don't you think that light can change angles by 1 degree over 1,400 miles? You don't think you could get a 1 degree change of light? It's ridiculous. So whether it is light, to me, it's either the ground changing angle or the light changing angle. And I think we can demonstrate the light changing angles, especially over 1,400 miles. It's not a reach to say that a little refraction. So I just come up with an equation to express the ratio, and it's all based off triangulation on a flat plane. So it's just an equation: 90 minus a over 90 times d, which is the triangulated distance, times point A, which is like 1/100th of the angle that you measured in the first place. So they like to say 7/6r with their refractions, but that's just an arbitrary number. They're changing the radius. They're not measuring the light. They're just basically making the radius of the Earth bigger. How the hell does that fit in with them measuring light refraction? What that's saying is that light is bending at with mathematical precision. So in other words, a black swan, if you have, in reality, if there's water blocking the oil rig, and we're looking at it over a time lapse like Skunk Bay, then everything's gonna kind of go up and down kind of together, for the most part. But then you'll see some subtle changes in the distance. But for the most part, everything goes up and down together, And but in their model, they have to say that the water that's blocking the oil rig goes down or stays the same. The oil rig itself has to move up, and then the water behind the oil rig has to move up even further to get higher than the oil rig and the water in front of it. In other words, it has to, for them to use 7/6r, they're basically saying that refraction almost has a mind of itself and has to bend with mathematical precision each time. And we see that that's not how shit works. Light shows us what it wants to show us. There's no mathematical precision behind it. So that was the whole point and all that.
I think that you cannot measure with mathematical precision, because you can do some math on the piece of paper, but measurements you are taking from reality. So and that will be always margin of error. And by the way, I don't believe in this refraction 7/6r or whatever it is. This is, for me, this is very stupid story.
Right. I was just saying that the equation I come up with uses measured distance. So I'm not even saying that I'm proving this, but I come up with equations and I like I would ask them, is this proving a flat Earth? No, it's not proving a flat Earth. I just come up with a equation that works for celestial navigation. In fact, that's a good point on how math doesn't prove nothing. It's just a convention, and it's so I pretty much, you go out there, you measure your angle. So we'll use Polaris for simplicity. And like Bev says, you could do fuck all with an angle. So you have to have information to go with it. He's correct. So let's just say you measure an angle to Polaris. I've never done this, but I'm just going in their model. So if you are right underneath it and you move 69 miles approximately, and you change by 1 degree, if you put that on a flat triangle, use the Pythagorean theorem or whatever.
So you're giving them the
you
model
get-
then, Bray?
Yeah, I'm giving them the model. That's why I wanted to proceed. I wanted to start with that and let you know that I'm working in the model. So in reality, you're right. Without additional information, you really can't do shit, and you especially can't prove shit. I'm on board with that. And so what I work out is I get a height to Polaris of 3958.7, which I could never prove. I could never prove that. But it ain't that funny that with a flat triangle, 1 degree, 69 miles, we get the exact Earth radius.
Bray, what's a flat
hilarious.
triangle?
What?
What's a flat triangle?
Just a right angle triangle.
Just
with a flat baseline.
Right angle triangle.
Yeah, with a flat baseline.
All triangles have a flat baseline, don't they? A straight
agree.
line. You mean one of the sides of the triangle is straight?
They're all straight.
Mm-hmm.
In my example.
Right, so
an actual triangle, Beth.
Yeah.
Let's say that an actual triangle. I should have said a real triangle.
Just say triangle.
You got to give me a little slack because, like I said, I'm caught up in the argument. So yeah, a triangle. So I really should have to say a
you
triangle.
see, whenever you say flat triangle, right? People know for a fact that the argument that you're bringing forward isn't an argument about a normal triangle, right?
You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised.
Why? What's the difference? What's the other triangle?
The other triangle is a curved triangle that they move down to the center of a ball and then make a flat. They have to, in other words, they say that their measurement, they're transferring down to a flat position in their ball, which can only be the center when they chop it in half. But they like to use a curved line. So I put emphasis on the word flat base of a triangle because I'm saying that that's where we're measuring it from. And we don't have to move the measurement nowhere. We use the measurement right where we took it from. And there ain't no curved Earth. There might be a little up and down in the Earth between here and the point I measured. But for the most part, it's just a invisible, imaginary straight line that follows the flow of the ground.
See, the thing I'm thinking of is the fact that if you give them flat triangle, then you're differentiating between a triangle and a triangle. But you're only doing that for a reason, aren't you? The only reason is because somebody else is giving you an argument.
Bro, that's a good point, man. I don't have anything against what you're saying. That's kind of dude, you ground me every time I come here, man. You ground me to reality in a way that I never see coming, dude. But that's exactly right, dude. It's a triangle. There's no real reason to call it anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And if opponent would object on that normal triangle, the burden of proof is on him to prove that other triangles, not normal triangles, exist. But you don't need to give them this opportunity to have this dichotomy between normal triangles and abnormal triangles. If you say triangle and you use word triangulation or right angle triangle, it is obvious and should be obvious that you are talking about triangle with straight sides. Simple.
Yeah, I know. I wish it was that easy, but they seem to think that since we get 60 miles or 69 miles per degree in reality, which I can't really confirm or deny that, but I do believe it's pretty close and measurable, maybe. But they seem to think they could do that over 60 degrees, that the Earth must be a sphere, and that justifies them to bring that measurement down, like as if they're getting a shovel and digging their way down to the center of the Earth, like anybody's ever done that. Since they get 60 degrees of that number working, they seem to feel justified in calling the whole place we live on a globe, and then transferring their measurement to the center so they can have a flat baseline to even do their math to begin with. That is a mega assumption that is so unnecessary. There's multiple things that could explain why we see what we see, and I don't think nobody's ever going to know for sure. And it's just arrogant for them to even to try and calculate their shit in a position that they didn't even take the measurement from. In other words, it don't work on the surface of a sphere because you can't do that, and it wouldn't work anyway. It'd be off by ever how much, but they've mathematically made it work on a flat plane in the middle of their sphere, and then transferred them amounts back up to the surface. It's laughable at best, man, for them to act like that's proof. You know, whether they've made it work somehow, maybe, but to call that proof is a fucking joke. Excuse my language. It's a joke. And who's going to confirm these distances of like across oceans for hundreds, much less thousands of miles? You know, to confirm these distances, the further you get, the more margin of error you're going to have in the first place. It's just crazy, the arrogance of these guys, you know.
Who are these guys? Because it seems like you're
like you debated them, MC Toon, like Fight the Flat Earth.
I didn't.
MC Toon,
No, I didn't debate them. That's not what you call debate. I went over there to see what was up with them, how obsessed they were. And
right. Well, I took it a step further, man. I let them beg the question a little bit, man. I really enjoyed listening to your discussions with all of them, to be honest. But I took it a step further and even entertained the bullshit and showed them how that doesn't prove nothing in a different manner, you know. So I really took it a step further, and which I probably didn't have to, but I enjoy it. I enjoy hearing the shit they have to say. I've learned stuff from them, but I've learned a lot here too. You know, everywhere I go, I learn a little something. Just expanding my thoughts.
Hey, can I ask Brian Leakey a question? Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Did you watch any of the stuff with I Can Spaghetti That?
With
the
what?
spaghetti science guy? The spaghetti
No.
science guy. Did you watch any of that stuff?
Did it
He
just
put out a bunch of
did it
videos.
just come out?
I don't know. I just thought you might have seen the little short videos that I Can Science That guy made.
Yeah, I seen that. I know. I mean, I seen his discussion with Bev, and I heard him over there at Blue Marble Science. Like they couldn't quit talking about Bev. Like I said, he's living rent free in their head. But yeah, you talking about a spaghetti noodle for a freaking for the saying that he didn't need to go out and do that. He could have just that's a joke saying he could use a spaghetti noodle as a straight line. And Bev just asked a simple question that just left him speechless for a few seconds. He's like, "Is that your tool? That's the tool you use?" And he didn't say nothing. But when he went over talking to his buddies, they're all patting him on the back for bringing up a spaghetti noodle, and he didn't mention the part that no, that's not a tool to measure a straight line. Fucking idiot. Excuse my language, John.
That's why it's so hard to take a lot of these guys seriously.
Yeah, I'd be the same. Like you realize after a while that you're making an argument up for them. They're mental, and you're giving them an argument or a reason for them to make their argument up. But their argument's ridiculous. Like every time, man, you do say it, don't you?
Yeah, I do, man. In my eyes, I'm trying to give them a red pill, you know, trying to go in a little deeper, man, with them. But yeah, you're right. You're right. Dude, listen to this. And this was after I talked to you. I went to Blue Marble Science, right? And they had to have heard me because I was talking about, you know, and I know I'm not the first person to say how you live rent free in your head, you know, just that comment I've heard, but it's the truth, right? And so it's when it started, they went over there. It was all of them. It was I Could Science That. It was even Rumpus was there. Blue Marble Science was there, and a few other people, right? And they said, well, one of them mentioned, no, we're not going to talk about Bev. I think it might have been Blue Marble Science. No, you know, we're not even going to talk about Bev. And then like 20 seconds later, man, all of them are adding in about another thing that it's just like they tried their best to not talk about you, dude. They tried their best, and it didn't last a minute, dude. They all agreed, yeah, we're going to talk about something else. 20 seconds later, they're talking about y'all guys, man. It's freaking hilarious, dude. I'll make a video about that, dude. Y'all will get a big chuckle, man.
This is called obsession.
Dude, they made a conscious effort to not talk about Bev and you guys, and it lasted 20 seconds.
It's the realizing Euclid stuff. It gets into your brain. Can't get it out. And they know it too as well.
Still have the word Euclid written on my whiteboard in my shop. It's never been erased.
You know when you said, right, that there's no proof. Do you really think that? Or is that because
No
that's
proof
what they
to
told you?
No, I don't think there's any proof about to prove that light is bending at any certain amount or anything like that. I don't think there's no way to distinguish why we're seeing what we're seeing in the heavens. You know, it could be 4-dimensional shit as far as I know. I don't know what the stars are, the sun are. If I'm getting right down to it, you know, that's just from an honest position. I don't think I could, me personally, I could prove anything either way. Now, when it comes to other things, you know, I can make different arguments. But if I act like I know what the heavenly bodies are, like when I do the math and just show a equation that just would work with the light, that doesn't necessarily mean I know that's what the light's doing, or I'm not acting like I know how high Polaris is or nothing like that. You know, I'm not trying to be arrogant. For anybody out there listening, I'm not claiming I know what's going on up there.
But still, water level tool is on the ground. You don't need to fly to the stars. And it is self-evident. And that's why these people are angry, because they want Beth to prove that water level really establishes a horizontal plane, because they think it shouldn't. And Beth doesn't prove that, because it is self-evident. That's why they are angry.
One of their
Where you're
own
at, Bev?
people, right? One of their own people has said that you cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. Right? And it just so happens that we did a test, a realizing Euclid test, about a plane. And they're upset because we did that test about the plane. With
They
the
didn't
water
watch
level.
it, man. They didn't watch that test, man. And they're thinking that you just set up a water level and was like, boom, there, it's flat. You know, they don't know. They didn't realize that you brought tools out there and proved that they're all level. That's why I think you deserve more credit. You, not just you, but all the guys who went out there with you deserve credit in saying that you brought the instrument out there and everything checked out.
No, bro. It's just a realizing Euclid test. Anyone can do it. But in order for you to have a proof of something, you have to have the actual backing. And that's what this is about. It's about realizing the Euclidean principles into reality. That's what I don't think a lot of people have understood what we're doing. It isn't a proof for flat Earth. It isn't a proof for a globe Earth. It is literally realizing the Euclidean principles into reality. It's a geometric test put into reality with all of the geometric principles that apply within the Euclidean geometry into the reality test. You just have to conceptualize the geometry to the test of the water levels to see the points. People think it's a lot more than it is. Well, the Globers have got threatened by it because it's something that they're upset about. But there's no reason.
They've done a lot of work. They've done a lot of work, dude, in their model, even past the globe. See, they changed what was level water. They changed it into spherical water. By doing that, they had to add an extra dimension.
Right. How
dude, I don't
did
know.
they do that?
Mathematically.
Who's told you that they did that?
No, they did it mathematically. And let me tell you, it goes
told
further
you
than
that
that.
they did it mathematically? How do you make a water level, the tool, into a ball, a circle, mathematically?
You can't. Oh, mathematically, you can do whatever you want. But in reality, no, I don't think you can.
No, mathematically you cannot do that also. You can just draw a curved line between two ends of water tool. And this is all what they've got.
Bro, I can make Superman fly mathematically, bro. I can do anything I want with math. Don't tell me I can't do it mathematically.
Imaginometry.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying it's reality, brother.
I would say that this is not mathematics, but imaginometry, just fantasy. And this is not quite mathematical. They say that it is mathematical, but they put some equations and some calculations, but really it is not real math. Real math is in geometrics, logical proofs. This is real math. But this is pseudo math, pseudo calculations based on nothing.
I agree, man, but it goes so much further than that. They put in so much more work that they've literally, by making the Earth a ball and all that, then they had to desert that negated the celestial sphere model, or they had to add tensor equations to the freaking the heavens, and in essence flatten the heavens back out, like, and they had to add all this extra math to so they could navigate to the moon and shit, dude. It's a big bunch of horse shit, dude. And they just keep trying to go further and further with it. When if they just stuck with the baseline Euclidean mathematics, geometry, I want to say, then all that bullshit would be unnecessary, man. They wouldn't need all these extra dimensions. It's fucking insane, dude. Excuse my language again.
You cannot have more dimensions than 3 in space. You can measure space or only with 3 dimensions, not less, not more. So if they are adding some dimension and they call it space time or whatever, this is horseshit for me. Very specific horseshit. It indicates that they have something with their mind really serious.
But think about it. If you're going to call 3 dimensions length, width, and height plus curvature, think about this. In their world, then 3 dimensions is there. It's already 4 dimensions in essence because it's length, width, height, and curvature. So
What
then
they-
they automatically have to invent some shit for the heavens up above because they've just added an extra dimension to something that doesn't exist. There, it's crazy. It's hard to explain, but I don't know if you see what I'm saying.
I see what you are saying, but this is not correct because a curved line can be described in 2 dimensions. You can coordinate curved line in 2 dimensions. But these 2 dimensions are already described as length and breadth. So they are not creating new dimension, but they are going back to previous dimension. And they call it new dimension. But this is bullshit. They are operating still in these 3 dimensions. So even
Right.
if they
Sorry.
even if they are saying that this is curved, I don't know what it means. So would you say that this one of coordinate line is curved?
No, it don't mean nothing, man. I think by them negating the celestial sphere model with a flat ground and a celestial sphere, by them negating that, then they changed their entire reality and had to invent more bullshit. In my opinion, with a flat ground and a celestial sphere, then the distance to the stars didn't matter. All you needed was the angle, and any of the other information doesn't matter. Like in reality, the height to stars and celestial navigation doesn't mean shit. You just measure the angles and you get what they give you from empirical shit. And they had to invent more dimensions because now distance matters instead of it just being angles, like a celestial sphere or reality. Like all you need is the angle, and it'll give you some information. If you already have other information, with just the angle you get nothing, but with a little other information you can approximate some shit. But so now they've introduced a dilemma and had to add another dimension to space. And not many people, I can't even say I fully understand it, but it's just unnecessary, stupid shit. But it's what you would need if you think you're gonna send a rocket to one of them wandering stars or whatever, dude. That's where they leave me. I don't believe that they're doing any of that shit. I think that's in their minds.
I would say that this is not necessary, but this is impossible. You cannot have more than 3 dimensions in space. It is impossible because you can create only 3 different lines which are perpendicular to each other. Only 3.
Right.
You cannot
But
create
I believe
more.
they simulated it though.
You cannot create more with 90-degree angles. Only 3.
I think they came up with a simulation though. By doing this, they were able to, the smartest minds, mathematical minds. Now, I ain't gonna say the smartest guys, because they probably couldn't screw in a light bulb. But the mathematical minds, they were able to come up with a simulation of what they think the universe is. And then so all the other guys at the panels at NASA watching these rockets, are thinking there's a robot on Mars. All they're doing is pretty much everything they're doing is just inside of a simulation. Like they
Yes.
said with the moon landings, they could never tell you a simulation from the real thing. And that comes right from them guys because it's all a damn simulation,
Yes, we can see on the screen, and YouTube can see on the screen simulation. So this is that kind of simulation. Nothing more. Just computer game. Nothing to do with reality. So if they are creating some computer game and they call it simulation of universe, okay, no problem. New game, universe. Incoming in 2023, new game, worldwide computer game called Universe. But it has nothing to do with science.
It shouldn't, huh? I don't think it does.
So have you seen the realizing Euclid tests then, Bri? Have you what did you make of them?
It to be honest, man, I think it was pretty damn good. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched a good bit of it, man. And it's kind of, what I expected, man. It's, to be perfectly honest, it's exactly what I expected. I think deep down in everybody's mind that they know if they go out there and do that, they're going to see the same thing that you've seen. And that's why I don't think they're doing it. I think it threatens their reality because they have a different reality than you. They think they do anyway. I think ultimately we all have the same reality, but that's why they're not out there doing that test that you did, because you proved that a straight line, two straight lines equal one bigger straight line. And the water shows that. You did have different predictions, didn't you, Bev? Like some people said it was gonna the measurements were gonna like drop down, and other people said it was gonna hump up in the middle. Am I mistaken at that? Didn't you get some different predictions before you did it?
Well, we did it geometrically, and then we had the results that we expected if it were to be a plane. If it wasn't that, then it obviously wasn't a plane, right?
Right. Every point was the same elevation. Go figure. From one position.
But see, that's the thing, bro. It's not that test. That is how we chose to do it. There are many, many, many different ways for other people to realize Euclid. Because I don't know whether you realize what's coming very soon is these guys are going to say that if you think Euclidean geometry applies in reality, then you're a flat earther. So there's many, many different ways of anybody finding their own proof that this applies to reality. Which is what we're about here.
Yeah.
Right, positive
I think
proofs.
some of them are already there. I don't think it's coming. I think it's already landed, and now it's just got to spread. So they're basically saying that there's no such thing as horizontal planes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But when I asked Jose and them, they said no, there's a horizontal planes, and I got cut off. I didn't get a chance to elaborate to them. But yeah, so reality in everybody's minds that there is flat planes, obviously. But when they start thinking about their model, they have to give you a different answer.
Right, you've just done it again. What's a flat plane?
A flat plane is a like three coplanar points joined together.
What's a plane?
You separate them. If you separate any of them, then you're just separating a straight line. Basically, you could overlap them lines any direction, and you're just going to make a longer line. Basically, so if you extended your water level, then you'd be extending that straight line in any direction. That's my version of it. like the way I imagine it.
Well, can you just tell me the difference between a plane then?
Not without going into model affliction and their model, which I really don't agree with, to be honest.
Okay, so
This is
like
the same-
with the triangle.
Yes, the same situation, because plane is implicitly flat. So you don't need to add that plane is flat. There are no.
There's no getting around that, right?
There
How
are
do you
no.
get around
There are
the
no
fact that
play. There are, in other words, there are no planes which are not flat.
that's
So-
why Bev has them pinned down? That's why they quit coming here. Because
Well,
how
but
can
Brian,
how
what
can there be a flat plane?
Brian, what you're doing though, by you saying flat plane, you're allowing them an other plane,
which is not flat.
It ain't me allowing. It's deeply embedded in all their brains.
Yeah, but
And I ain't talking
you're
about
giving
everybody in
it
the
to
world's
them,
brain. Hold on.
Brian.
Let me retract that. Me?
Yeah.
The globe's my fault.
No, no. By saying flat, you are separating a plane from an other sort of plane.
Yeah, well, look, you're going to get called a flat earther whether you like it or not, just from calling it horizontal. You know, I can't help that. If I could, I'd help you, bro, but I can't. They're going to put you right in the same box, man.
Yeah.
Because to them, you got them pinned down where there's no such thing as a true flat plane. And if they say there is, then they're living in reality.
It's just
not
a
in a model.
plane, right? Just a plane.
A horizontal plane.
That's
I
one
agree.
of the types of planes there is. There's also vertical planes.
Good point. That's a good point. I think that's how they think LIGO is. I think they think it's like some kind of cockeyed plane, which the one arm doesn't match the other, and there's two, and in their mind there is two tangents on one of their planes, which automatically makes it not be able to match the other arm. So even the way they describe it, it can't be a tangent plane. I don't imagine. I think they're stuck every which way, man. I like rubbing it in, man. So I do take it a bit far, but I like taking it to the next level and improve. You know, trying to shit on the globe model.
Yeah, but I would just warn you that flat planes is giving them what they want. It's not rubbing it in. It's actually giving them what they want. So they eventually will get an argument.
You are
because
just,
you've said that there is a flat plane, there must be another type of plane.
yes, you are just starting to use their language, and they are introducing this flat plane, not just accidentally. They are doing it for purpose.
You're probably right. I probably need to mind that a little more than I do. I'm automatically begging the question with just my vocabulary. I
Yes,
really didn't recognize that.
This is part of sophistry, making word tricks, creating word tricks, and they are not forcing but suggesting you to use these words. And then, if you are using these words in such a manner, you will be not excused that these awful globers mixed my mind. No, they are suggesting you to use this kind of expression. For example, for 10 years, and spreading this term. And they will say, for example, after 10 years, flat earthers, they were using these terms.
Yeah. McToon's
Not
already put
we,
it in his
you.
flat earth thing. He's already got it in the terms. If you use flat plane, then that's a flat earth term. There's only flat earthers that bother using that term.
That's for goddamn ridiculous.
It's true though, right? Nobody else would bother using it.
It is absolutely true. I was just watching a video about the just some old mathematics, like speaking of the tensor equations and everything, and they mentioned that without the one thing, I forgot exactly what it was, that then you couldn't have a horizontal plane, which is what we live on. You know, they're talking about the rectangular grids and stuff, and they even in when they're talking about Einstein, they call the grid, the reality of the ground, horizontal. I saved it. I might pull a short clip out of it because I didn't do it no justice. But even in their world, in reality, they call the land horizontal. And I don't even think this was, you know, before the debates. I don't even think they realized they were doing it. And then they'll probably update that. If I make a video and point it out, and enough people talk about it, they'll erase that video or modify it, because no way do they want the ground being horizontal, even though
The
that's
ground
what
isn't
they claim.
horizontal though.
No,
Is it?
the horizontal baseline though. The sea level. Sea level, as far as the grid lines on the map, are horizontal.
The grid
Right?
lines on the map. What?
Right. You have horizontal lines that make up the map, right?
No, you have a horizontal line on an elevation profile.
You know what I do need? I need to look it back up and before I can even explain it. I'm kind of butchering the example, but the way they explained the lines, the ground, the lines that represent the ground, they described them as horizontal. But yeah, I'm not even gonna. I'm kind of stuck in a corner, so I need to pull it out and post it, so y'all even know what I'm talking about, because I'm not describing it very good.
You have a horizontal from the datum point, and then you have changes in elevation.
But we have a horizontal datum, right?
We have a
Yeah,
datum.
but then you have changes in elevation.
Right.
We have a vertical datum.
Yeah, vertical datum too.
Yeah.
I think I'm in their world. I contend them both. I mainly the vertical datum, obviously, but I contend their horizontal datums too. I think that they compute these latitude and longitude lines. I think they depending on how they're trying to display them, I think you take different computations, but even the vertical datums are different, and they never jump bodies of water. So even a small island off of like the mainland where you live, even a small island will have its own vertical datum that they will just integrate into their system, and that should show these people that it's just mathematics. If they try and apply it to a sphere, it's nothing more than a calculation, man. It's not reality. And I don't know.
Everybody has their own datum for the country, don't they?
Right, and some of them have more than one datum. Like there's the most accurate one they claim around here is like the North American datum and the NO88, I think. And then there's other datums, but see, they get confused, and like somebody like Zanuck comes in our debate arguing that there's rivers in America that flow uphill because he's applying a different datum, like a worldwide datum, and it will have a certain portion that match. And he's claiming that these rivers literally are flowing uphill. It's like, dude, that's just the freaking, oh man, how do you explain to somebody like that there's no rivers flowing uphill?
Yeah, we know that. known that for
You'd
quite
be
a while.
surprised, man.
I know he said it to us first. We get that video from ages ago. Zanuck is he's the original guy for doing that sort of stuff. But I mean, what makes them say that?
That's a hell of a good question. If you figure that one out, let me know.
It's the model.
Yeah, it's definitely the model, but it goes beyond that. Like
Doesn't
he's
it? It's
like
just their model. That's
he's
it.
he's conflicted inside of his own model, man. He's conflicted inside of his model. Bev, how many time zones are there in the UK, man? Is it one main time zone?
Yeah, yeah.
What time is it there? Just for so I know.
I don't know.
Is it GMT?
11.
Greenwich,
Yeah.
and that's GMT. Okay.
It's well, it's British summertime
Because
at the minute.
okay, so that means it's almost 6 o'clock here, and I'm at Eastern
It's 11
Standard
o'clock by
Eastern
Bev.
Standard Time. So that's 5. Let's see, 6, 7,
11 o'clock by Bev.
so 5 hours difference. Okay, I'm asking because I was looking at this ephemeris and everything, and everything's based off GMT, and I thought that's where he had lived and everything. I was just confirming that it's that the right amount of hours off, because going through a lot of this data, it almost seems like with the earthquake data, some of this other bullshit model afflicted data, it almost seems like they don't always specify, or sometimes they do and sometimes they don't with this data. I looked at it and it conflicted, man. I was thinking I would have to come up with some crazy explanation on why these P and S waves are spreading out a certain way or whatever. But then I laid it out, and it conflicts within their own model. There's contradictions and shit, man. Like the waves were reaching like the middle of Florida from an earthquake down further toward the equator. At the same time, it's reaching the peak of Florida and then up in Canada before it even hit in between them, like somewhere where I'm at in northern Florida. It just but anyway, that's why I was asking about the mean time, because that's the main time, and I was making sure that I was doing these equations right, the time equations. So if it says GMT -5, like my place, then that would line up. If it's 11 there and 6 here, and if it says GMT -6, then that means like Central American time. Then you have Mountain and Pacific. If you get that wrong, then every outcome's wrong. But I'm going a little deep into the model, man. It's kind of stupid.
You love it. It's free for all Friday, Bri.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll ever get bored of it?
Yeah, kind of do sometimes, man.
What would you do instead?
Oh man, this is like my, what do you call it? Just, yeah, it's recreational time that I debate. But I muck with batteries and stuff, man. I like building batteries. I'm always working on, trying to find a new type of battery, because there's an unlimited amount of possibilities with these things. And it only take one, right? If I come up with one chemistry that nobody's tried yet, but that may never happen. But if it does, like I said, it only takes one. And but I'm always building batteries like off recycled lead and shit like that too.
What's the best time you got? Output.
I made a
Life.
battery, man. I got a battery, a regular 6-celled lead acid battery that I made by molding lead plates in a mini waffle maker. And I mean, it's not that small. The plates are a little bit smaller than an automotive battery, but the lead's way thicker and there's more plate. And I made a video about it. I took one of them 12-volt little Bigfoot kiddie toy, like the truck the kids drive, a 12-volt, and made and hooked that up to it, and it about blew that thing up. It had it spinning like, and it ran it for a couple hours, man. So but I'm in the middle of redoing that one because I had a bad connection. When you could see it in the video, when I first go to start it, it's like kind of stalling a little bit, and then I wiggle it, and then it starts revving up a lot more. But I made a video. If anybody's interested in the batteries I make, a 12-volt lead acid battery in action. So it's a good deep cycle. But ultimately, I'm trying to pile up some cells for my solar. I have a couple panels I haven't hooked up yet. And I've got 5 of them installed, and 2 of them I haven't installed. And I was just gonna, just as I get more money, just buy a few more panels, and over the next few years, and just keep making more of these big ass deep cycle batteries, because that's what costs so much. But it doesn't cost hardly nothing to make the things if you're scrapping old batteries, And so if I keep at it, I can, just for the price of the solar panels, and let's say in 5 years, I can have about 10 good batteries made and have a decent solar system, man, for like a quarter of the cost. That's the goal anyway, but I enjoy doing it.
So have you I'm keen on the proof and all of that, at the minute. Seeing as we do have the Euclid stuff. Do you think you've got a proof?
Let me think about that one for a second. I'll tell you the best I think I do have. Give me just a minute. Let me narrow some of my bullshit down. Hold on. Now, when you ask that, do you mean like proof that level is horizontal, or do you mean like proof
any proof
against? Okay, well, I think, give me just another minute, but I think the best I could give you is proof against their reality. But hold on, let me think about that.
How you do it.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, give me one more minute. I mean, I will say this, Bev. When I first heard about flat Earth, and it's the oldest video on my channel, both of my channels, and I took my son out to the beach with my instrument, because I've been measuring level my whole damn life, mostly short ranges, doing concrete and stuff. I'm the guy who lays out all the jobs, in my company. Always have been, and I'm pretty anal about it, man. Like I'll check, double check, triple check, because it's very important in what I do that the layout is perfectly level, because we have a little bit of tolerance. But if I can't have my layout being any off at all, or else we won't have no level of error. If we're off by a quarter inch on a big old slab, that's fine. That's within the industry standards. But so I can't mess up when I'm laying out elevations. They got to be spot on to make sure we can just do our job without having to worry about it. Because if it's off, then you potentially just wasted tens of thousands of dollars, by the time you tear it out and redo it. So I make sure I'm really, really anal, double, triple check my measurements. And So the first thing I did when I heard about this, went to the beach and marked a spot on the pier and against the water. And then I just marked it about eye height. I think I marked it at 4 foot. I'd have to look at the video. And then, so the first time I set up, I wanted to level it out with that mark, which took a minute. But when I did, then I just started shooting along the water, along the coastline. And every so often we'd check it, just an average to see if we could notice anything deviating from level. And that's all we're doing. We're going at a good pace and all that. But I wanted to go a couple miles, but I think we got, and I'm not sure how far, but we got a long way, man, and it wasn't deviating for shit, nothing we could even notice. And I'm just thinking, if I've just went this mile and I keep on going and resetting up, going about 100 feet a pop, how is the next mile going to start curving if this mile didn't? I mean, it just didn't make sense. Like it just got to where it seemed tedious work for no reason. It's like, dude, I'm going and further I get and nothing's changing. My baseline, I'm sitting there adding and subtracting my benchmark every so often, real quick, and nothing's changing. And I'm like, how could it all of a sudden start changing? What's going to be different about the next section that was different from the previous section, man? So to me, in hindsight, I wish I'd have went further and recorded more, but it was enough for me, man, to see that. In fact, that it was remaining level no matter how far I went. But then when I told these guys like George Numchucks and people, they told me that I was changing angle every time, and I didn't realize it. They told me that I was shooting my elevations around a ball unwittingly. In other words, I'm changing angles just a tiny bit every time I set up my device, but I didn't realize it. And I found that hard to believe, man. But that's what they claim.
You think there's a possibility they were gaslighting you? Do you think George was being honest with you?
They all say that. I mean, everybody I debate against who knows anything about them instruments, that's all they can say, and to maintain their model. And if I'm being perfectly honest,
all be
there's a
gaslighting
tiny
you?
chance. Yeah, of course. They maybe never even have done it like that, but they're gonna have to claim that if they're gonna hold on to their model in their mind, because if they don't, then they're gonna know that body of water was indeed level. But if I'm being honest, I guess there's a tiny chance of what they're saying is true, but that's just a small part of me just being perfectly honest. Like, I guess it's possible, but it's so unlikely. It's just hardly worth. Doesn't seem reasonable to me.
How about the proof thing, Brian? Do you have any proof of your own, or can there be proof?
Yeah, I thought of a few ways, man. With my method, where I shoot, but I think people have already done this, man. Like, I think Bev did a good enough job, but I think if I marked 3 spots instead of 1 at a time and leapfrogging, mark 3 sticks from the side and work my way laterally down the coastline or down a canal, like get 100 feet away from the canal and have somebody holding the stick 1 foot from the canal, and then 2 people on each side, like 100 foot away. So I have 200 feet worth of 3 guys holding rod, and my primary guy is the guy in the middle, but the guy on the left and the right, 100 foot away from the guy in the middle, I make sure that that each one of them spots are marked, and I have a nice level line. So then when I move over 100 feet, and now the guy to the right, who was to the right of me, is now right in front of me, and the guy who was to the left of me works his way down 100 foot. In other words, we keep working our way down 100 foot. So I've got the previous two guys. There's always two guys who didn't move. Every jump I make, there's always two poles in position that didn't move when I moved. In other words, so we can lay out a straight line. But I think it's kind of stupid. I mean, it's pointless. I think just doing it to begin with should be enough. But to prove to them that I'm not changing angles, I'll do it laterally, and always constantly have two poles that don't move at all. Every time my instrument moves, then I'm only moving one of the rods, and I'm working off the two that didn't move. So to make sure I'm at the same angle as where I just previously left from, if you see what I'm saying. But that's a lot of work for nothing if you want to get right down to it. But that's the idea I had.
Were you trying to prove it to somebody else? 'Cause
Yeah.
Right.
My son's not even a flat earther, and he's like, it's not going to change level, Dad. It's flat, but he don't think the world's flat. That I have a hard time with that one though.
Wow.
He don't think the Earth is flat, but he also don't think the water that we're going to get a different reading. He thinks it's going to keep staying level no matter how far we go. To me, that's kind of like in the middle somewhere. I have a hard time with that thought, but I respect it, I guess. But
what, that level's level?
Yeah, level's level.
Well, that is a normal thing to think, isn't it?
I do believe it is, man. I believe it is.
But your son's not wrong.
No, he's not. Even like I was saying last time I joined it, even people who in their minds think they live on a globe, but if you ask them, if you run that line 20 miles and pull it down in the middle, they're all going to think that if you pull it tight, then the middle is going to come up level. So but the people who never heard this debate or nothing about it are that's kind of contradicting. So they have contradictory thoughts. In reality, they think what's going to happen in reality with that line being level, but at the same time, they think they're living on a globe. So I guess that's the people I'm trying to reach. I'm trying to point out that contradiction in their own brain that they don't even know exists, but it's there. Then I'm thinking maybe I should just leave them be to their peace and harmony. But to me, I was excited when I heard about it. When I realized the potential that we're not on a ball, it was exciting to me. It wasn't, it's refreshing to get a different point of view and realize that they don't know everything. Ain't no freaking super geniuses, man. Everybody does what they do and just carries on about their lives. There ain't no
Let me
super
ask you,
genius.
Brian, if I may. When I asked you if you had any proof, if you believe there's proof, did you automatically think that I meant proof about flat Earth?
Yeah, kind of, because I went straight to saying like proof against a globe, but then I started thinking like proof of horizontal being level. That was my ultimate answer. But yeah, I did think that at first.
That's what I thought. That's like model affliction a little bit. Because there's many proofs, right? It's not only that. When we say, is there any proof, we don't mean that specific thing. Right?
Right.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, you got me. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's a pretty general question, man. And I guess I like many people probably went to the direction that's in my own mind with it. I went a certain direction with it. Something you didn't even ask.
That's the model affliction. Yeah, it's just it's not just you. It's a lot of people.
Oh yeah, dude, he had me wake up to realize I'm definitely model afflicted. Definitely. That's why I come in on Mondays and Fridays, man. But I listen all the other days too, man. But I don't think I'm going to help the conversations. I'm just trying to learn things, And I learned a lot, especially early on. But these are the days,
Don't
I'll
worry,
bring some.
don't worry, Brian. I'm right there with you. Okay, don't worry.
Thank you, Rob, man. Thank you, man.
Like if I was to ask you, what's your favorite model? What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
It's too late now. I'd say the Model T, man.
I'd say it's his
what, 46 Ford. No, I'm just kidding.
Some might say, yeah, exactly. You beat me to it. Yeah, it's funny in this arena how your mind, like, without you knowing it, goes to a certain area right away.
Yeah, and they've narrowed it down to where there's no distinguishing. They've trying to pin it down to where there's no distinguishing between a horizontal plane and a flat Earth. But in a way, I agree, man. In a way, it's hard for me to respect that. I respect the reality of it for what it is. But I'll say this: like people who are not in the debate of the flat Earth globe Earth debate are living in their mind. They have contradictions going on in their own mind they don't realize. Like I said, we've asked normal people. I haven't asked anybody since I last talked to y'all, but the few people I did ask, what happens with a 20-mile line over a lake? If you're on one end, somebody's on the other end, and you pull it tight. If I pull it down in the middle, 10 foot, and on each end, you and your buddy pull it tight, are you going to pull me up to air to the top? And I think everybody in their right mind is going to say, yeah, if I pull the line from each end, then it's going to pull tight in the middle. But in their heads, at the same time, they live on a globe, and on that globe, that line would go down an additional 56 feet, and on the globe. So if reality is what they think it is in one way, the line's going to come up. So the fact level is horizontal, and they pull the line tight, it's going to pull it straight. Then that's one reality in their mind, and that's actual reality. But then in the fantasy that we've all was raised thinking, most of us anyway, then in that reality, if they pull the line tight, the line is going to drop an additional 56 feet or 64 feet actually, if it's only 2 foot under in the middle, and I pull it down and no 56 feet. If I pull it down 10 feet, then it'll go down an additional 56 feet. And so they're living in two worlds in their own mind, and they don't even know it.
So I'm still waiting for a proof.
Yeah, I can't give a proof, man. I don't think the best proof I can't top his. I can't top his proof. I can. My best proof would be the proof I got myself shooting a straight line down the coast here in Jacksonville, Florida. But as far as proving it to somebody else, I think Bev did a good job as anybody, man. I don't think I topped his proof.
Take the Earth out of your mind. Forget about the Earth, right? The big E. Is there any other proof to you, like you personally? Forget about Earth now.
All
Excluding
the
Earth.
postulates. I'm good with all the postulates, man.
With all the postulates?
Yeah, all the Euclidean postulates. I'm good with that. And I think they match reality. I think they're provable.
think you can prove a postulate? We have much work to do.
I won't argue that.
Postulate it is rather thing you can do or you should do. So let's do postulate, and then you can bring a proof that this postulate is possible to perform. So
I can't even, the people I talk to usually, I can't get past the very first postulate, you know. You can't even get them to define a point properly, you know, because they're going to tell me that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical at a point or a spot, and I ask them how much, you know, it's a point, right? And they won't define. They want to claim a point, but they won't want to tell me how big of a area that applies to. I can't get past the first postulate with these guys. There probably is work to do with me.
I think you're getting mixed up between the postulates and the definitions.
yeah, yes, I think so too.
We do have a lot of work to do.
Postulates are about what you are going to do, briefly speaking, and definitions are about what things are. So in geometric, it would be what will we do with defined terms or things. So postulate would be what we will do with defined matter.
Wait, the first postulate is it ain't the point, right? Yeah, you're right. I've confused definitions. The first postulate is the straight line, right? The 2 point, right?
No. Postulate is let's draw or something like that.
You can.
So to
draw
do
a
or you
straight
can
line.
do that.
Yeah.
So this is what you can do or you can't. That's why this is postulate. Let's do something with this point. Let's move this point from one location
Right.
to another.
And that's what
if it is
Bev
possible
proved,
or
right?
not.
That's what Bev proved was the very first postulate, right? When he did his test, right?
No. First
Okay.
proposition
Fool me.
in book 11. The propositions are different than postulates.
I better go back, man, and freshen up on all that, because I know you went through them, and like I said, I learned a lot, but I obviously don't have them. They're jumbled up in my head, I guess.
Yeah, this is the thing. Even the Globers are going to do the same thing. Everybody imagines that this geometry is something that they already know, but it's built up on certain things that should be known. You know, like the way it's set up. It's very strange the way that, you know, these simple things should be known, but people imagine they already know it without knowing it.
Yeah, I think I'm a prime example of that. I've even heard it more than once, but it's a lot to take in, but it really isn't at the same time, you know. It's the principles are there, but yeah, as far as the ordering and all that is I mean, it's really probably more important than people think. What do you think on that?
Absolutely. I mean, that's why we are doing the trivium and going back to the basics of everything, because the way you order all of this, the way the definitions are different than the propositions, and the propositions are different than the well, just it, you know, it all leads from one thing to the other.
Right. When I first heard y'all discuss the trivium, I was like, man, this is kind of obvious. But then after just, it didn't take really that long at all for me to realize that, no, this should be obvious, but really it's not. And the more y'all give examples of things, because then after the first, at the beginning, I was like, yeah, everybody knows this, And then I realized quickly that no, everybody don't know this, but should. But then I realized that, hey, I don't even understand half this stuff. I had to literally hear examples from you and a couple other people throwing out, elaborating on points, and then I realized it, and then it made sense. So it's like anybody who starts listening to that and think it's not worth listening to, I beg to differ. It really is, and they go down deep, and there's things that aren't so obvious, and they put their minds together on it and elaborate, and it's like just straight logic, man, straight logic. I think that should be taught to everybody. I was never taught any of that stuff, man.
It was taught back in the day, very long time ago.
Have a foundation, man. Everything is got to have a foundation to build from in an order.
So you don't need to prove postulates.
You have to prove propositions, and this proving proposition is making it a theorem. So proposition is what you are proponing, what you are like proposition in normal life. So you are putting something on the table, and then you are proving that what you have done or what you are going to do is doable, and is it has to be that way it is proven, and it makes it theorem.
There's a disconnect though, man. There's definitely a disconnect in there.
Well, if you knew how simple it was, the disconnected seem a little bit strange.
Well, so what is it? The fifth postulate or something like the disconnect is at the fifth postulate. Like these postulates are self-explanatory in my mind. Once I hear them and once I go over them, but I have people arguing against the fifth postulate about the parallel lines.
My book doesn't have 5 postulates in it.
Right. That's in your book is original though, correct?
It's just my book. My book doesn't have 5 postulates. It only has 3. So when you say that, I mean, do you realize why you're saying that? Why there's only 5?
I thought there was 10.
Well, there's 12 axioms and 3 postulates.
Yeah, I need to go back and refresh, man, because I'm.
But you have just said the 5th postulate. So you remembered that from somewhere.
Yeah, that's where I think the
disconnect
is
from us.
No, I sure didn't. I sure didn't hear that from y'all, but that's where I think the disconnect is parallel lines never meet. And let me tie this into Montreal. Like when I know you wasn't asking for this, but when I went to offer a proof, and I know I'm like double off base, but this might be interesting. Is I went to Google Earth, and one of the first things I did when I heard about the flat Earth and everything, and this is me preaching for myself, but as I heard, I looked into it. They said all the sunrises due east for everybody in the world, and so due east is 90 degrees from north. So I drew a line due east on Google Earth from my position, and then I drew a line from south of the equator, equal to my latitude, and drew a line. And then I drew a line due east from the equator, and all three of them lines met up at a position just off the coast of Africa. And I drew them all at the same time, and they intersect over like actually they literally intersected a little less than 6,000 miles, which ain't even quite a quarter of the way around their ball, which means either way you look at it, them lines aren't, even on their model, them lines aren't parallel. They're conjoining at a certain point. It wasn't enough distance for them to bend me over backwards and try and twist me, because it was only like 6,000 miles, and which means that due east for everybody, even in their model, is not parallel. They use that for a proof, and I showed them what that looks like on their own model, and it showed converging and diverging lines, which are not parallel. So what they're trying to use for proof, one of their top proofs, actually, if you look into the detail of it, it's one of the top debunkings. Not a proof after all.
Brian, do you have any kind of videos of what you're explaining with Africa? Because Cleary was saying something like that this morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it real quick. I made about 4 of them, but I'm gonna post the most recent one.
What was that? Parallel lines that aren't parallel lines. Bit confusing. I don't think I understood.
I posted like part 4 of that globe debunk. If you're interested, you go back watch the 3. But yeah, it takes a little mind fudging to put yourself in that world. And if your mind ain't there already, I don't even recommend it. It's in a good place, because it's like a mind fuck. Excuse my language, and for lack of better words, kind of a mind fudge. But even by some of their rules in their world are contradictory. In their world, they have this light. They have this light coming from like 93 million miles away that's supposed to be parallel in some situations, and then not parallel in others, man. And I know, so just showed some of the things they told me, and looked into it, and got some contradictions in their claims. So I figured it was worth making videos about. Bev, I got to drop, man. I got something I got to do, but Montreal and everybody else, man, appreciate y'all again. Tolerate me. I had a little buzz on the other night, man, but I mean, not that bad, but enough that Dan triggered me. Apologize for my behavior, man. But I try not to come in here like that, but it was, I had a good time, and I do always appreciate y'all hearing me out and everything, man. Always a good time, man. Always a pleasure, Beth. Thank you, man.
No problem. Anytime. I'm surprised we didn't get Dan coming in. Might have been scared off by Brian.
Well, go ahead. You and Brian Leakey are getting along, Bev. That's cool, man. I'm glad to see that.
Do you mean getting along? We get along with everyone, don't we? Are you jealous?
No, I'm not jealous. Hey, I'm happy. I'm happy about it. No. I don't care if you don't like me.
What?
That was my best jealousy impression. But no, I'm glad you guys are getting along, man. I thought you didn't like him the way you were talking about him before.
All right. Why was that?
No, I mean nothing too terrible. You're just like, oh, where's Brian Leakey, the flat Earth hero? Is that what Brian Leakey told somebody? Seemed like you didn't like him.
No, I think that's you. You're the flat Earth hero.
Maybe.
Come in and save them all.
I'm not trying to say.
Well, actually, I think you're the flat Earth shit stirrer. That's what it seems like to me. Yeah.
Working up to it. Does it seem like I'm doing that?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Well, like, why bring up the about us with Brian? I mean, Brian's Brian, isn't he?
Brian is Brian, right?
Okay.
Well, I say I'm glad to see two people getting along. I'm glad to see two people getting along.
Mm-hmm.
Especially one of them being a flat Earth hero. Yeah, I think so. Do I?
I don't know the things that you've said about Brian.
Oh, don't tell him what I said about him.
There you go.
He'll hate me. One of my heroes will hate me.
Well, there's no need to bring it up, is there? Because if it never happened, then it's a bit of a shit stirring thing to do.
Hold out your pinky and promise you won't.
Anyway.
Well, thanks is the 11th man. Traveling shit stirrer.
Am I stirring shit? I'm just trying to see how everything's going, man. Make sure it's good.
Yeah. It's
free for
Friday. Come on in.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. When Turn Up gets in here, then we'll brawl out. No, you've been having some good visitors, man, in the room. That's cool.
You like the drama, no? I bet you like soap operas. You like soap operas?
No, I like content.
What kind of movies you like? Love stories?
What's a good love story? I have no idea, man. But what I like is I don't know, what kind of movies do I like? Romance? I have no idea what kind of. I like good movies. That's it. I don't care if it's love or whatever. If it's good, not many good love ones. But.
No, because you seem to like the drama. That's why I'm asking.
No, it's not about drama. It's about content. Like, is somebody going to say something that's not been said 100 times, or say it uncontested and not get any clarification? Just make a statement. It's not drama. Can you hear the music in the background?
I can't. I got an air conditioner going here, so.
Nice. Well, if you can't hear it, I won't mute for 2 seconds. I don't know how you can't hear it.
Yeah, please don't play music on the live stream.
Yeah, that'd be stupid.
Well, can you hear it?
Well, just make sure it don't bleed through.
No, I'm at a gym, so they're playing on the speaker. But yeah, if it ain't coming through, then good.
Hey, SC, how you doing?
Good, Redman. How's it going, bro?
After a nap, I'm doing a little bit better.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I couldn't take the leaky. I had to take me a nap.
See, those are the things that can make me think you don't like them. Just saying.
The leaky's a good
I
guy.
didn't say.
Come on.
I didn't say that. I just said I couldn't take him. I had to take a nap.
I mean, he is a bit strong and everything for sure.
Strong through the internet. Okay.
Strong through the internet, yeah.
He's not a
But,
bad guy. He's just a little model afflicted, that's all. But he's, he seems to talk from the heart, so.
Yeah, he's like one of those guys that you can't hate him even when he's fucking everything up. Like, you're gonna hate him.
I say that.
The first
Getting up
step
at
to
3.
overcome.
Oh, my
Sorry,
bad. Go ahead.
Redman, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, I had to take me a nap. That was best timing.
Yeah. I was going to say the first step to overcoming model affliction is realizing you're model afflicted, right?
Funny, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Oh man, is that the first step? I don't think so.
Isn't that what the Alcoholics Anonymous say?
Yes. I was gonna say that's what all the drug thing to say, but
Yeah.
yeah. But I don't think that's the first. I mean, how about like crashing your car 5 times and then like overdosing on the floor in front of your mom? Like maybe those were the first steps, not admitting that you had a problem. How about everybody yelling at you, telling you, you're on drugs, man, like it's ruining your life. That stuff doesn't count, I guess. But yeah, to the model affliction, I mean, admitting you're model afflicted, I don't think that's the problem. I think if somebody points out that you keep turning to it unreasonably, then those are good steps. Right. They need somebody to save them. A hero, some would say.
Yeah, is that
You
you?
can't hear that music? It is so loud. You can't hear that? Wow. These AirPods
What
are
in the
amazing,
world?
I'll tell you.
Goodness gracious. What were you saying, Bev?
Like, who is the flat Earth hero? Keep talking about it.
I mean, I think you would say David Weiss, right?
What? No,
That you wouldn't say David Weiss?
no. Is it not you?
It's not me. No way.
You don't want to be the flat Earth hero.
Would I want to be if it was like a wish from a genie? I don't know, but no, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I do like it. Enjoy seeing like new things I haven't seen before or understood before, or it's interesting stuff. Even from the globe side, where everything is optical, like it's amazing. Like when you start going deeper, everything that they believe is just like they have this conception that they've built around it, but it's only optically observed and verified, no other way. Yeah, crazy, amazing. Yeah.
So is that what you're after then? Some optical verification?
The verification? No, it's not. It's just seeing, just learning new things. Yeah.
So what was the best globe thing that you've seen for optical verification recently?
Well, these dudes were showing me, I don't know, Earth Life was showing me how a building is supposedly disappearing behind water from 14.4 miles, 11 foot of height or something. Yeah.
B-ball. Nice.
Yeah.
That'll be the most recent.
You can't laugh if he's seen B-ball most recently. Optical verification. It's good. So would you put B-ball as one of the globe Earth heroes then?
No, apparently this blue marble science guy is a hero though.
Blue as well?
No, I don't know about as well.
Not as well as B-ball. Well, B-ball shows people pictures, doesn't he?
He showed me a picture, yeah. You know, I mean, he shows me a picture of it. You know, I mean, that's great. Take a picture of something optically doing something. I don't know how it proves. I don't know how it proves a ball or proves anything other than you're optically seeing something fucked up, man. I mean, or that's
You've got to give
distortion
him
or
credit
whatever.
for it, right? You brought it up. You liked it.
No, you asked me directly what was the last thing that somebody showed me. That was
Yeah, but
the
you
last
said
thing somebody showed
you
me.
said you were impressed that these globers giving you stuff optically.
I'm impressed with the just the what is it? I'm impressed that they're so obsessed with optics that don't match measurements, and that somehow the optics trump the measurements, and they're just obsessed with any kind of distortion, and that and how they somehow equate it to where we're living. Like it's like, dude, like if I look through this a glass and I pull out of my cabinet and it messes up the shit in the distance, it doesn't tell me I'm living on whatever I'm seeing. It's crazy that they work it out. It's amazing. But it doesn't really work out. That's part of the problem. But good enough for him.
Did you ask B-ball to give you his working outs to go with it?
Yes.
Did he?
Yeah, that's when he gave me the 11-foot observer height, 14.4 miles. I said, well, count the missing floors, I guess, that you say are missing. And then somebody counted 10. I said, okay, 10's a number. Somebody else double checked it. Yeah, 10. Okay, how high are the floors? Well, they're about 10 foot each. Okay, well, one of them was the lobby, so that was probably 20 feet, right? So 20 feet plus 90 feet, 110 feet. I said, well, what does the globe tell you should be missing? Like, well, 60 feet. I'm like, okay, well, what the fuck? But, and it says, but,
Is
it
this
doesn't matter.
the picture he showed you?
Let me see.
The one in live chat?
Let's check it out.
That's the one, no?
I want to get to it. Yes, yep. That's his favorite picture.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that he's proud of taking it. That's fine, man. I'll be proud of something, but
It's
it
so
just doesn't
famous,
match.
they made a meme out of it. Yeah.
Let me see. I didn't read all that.
That's what he calls the wall of water.
Crosshairs, water. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's cool, but it doesn't match what your globes predict. So why don't you try to find out what's really happening, man? No, fuck that. It doesn't matter. It proves it's a globe. Doesn't matter the size. All right, whatever, bro. Got stuck on it. But yeah, I don't try to like really debate people too much. I just want to. I don't know. I'm not going to figure out anything. That's for sure.
Do you have any proofs?
Like the way you were talking about with Leaky?
Yeah, proof.
Like proofs to myself or proof that I can show people?
Proof for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, my proof is I fucking walk in a straight line. I walk straight and I end up going where I measured I'm going to. It's done.
You can
First
walk
flat.
in a straight line.
Yep. I can put one foot in front of the other.
Have you ever
Just keep
actually
walking in a
tried
straight
it?
line. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I got arrested once for not being able to do it, but most of the time I can do it. But that's all I need, man. I don't really need much more anymore. That's it. I walk in a straight line, and I get where I'm going, and there's no fucking curve. There's no. I'm not losing distance. I'm not losing. I'm not losing inches or feet over distance. Nothing's happening. It's coming out exactly how it does come out. Or it's not a globe. Done.
Well, because you walk in a straight line.
And I walk in a straight line. Yep.
Genius.
That's right. I haven't quite learned how to articulate how you should lose distance over a curve, right? Over a curved surface, but you should lose distance over a curve.
Walking. Right, so you walk in a straight line and you should lose distance.
You should lose distance. Yep, you should fall short of your mark. Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
work it out. You get there. I mean, you should work it out. Somebody should work it out. I mean, they worked it out to this 8 inches per mile shit, right? But they're just telling you what drops, right? So, but if you then make a straight line on that curve, it'll land short. If you draw a fucking curve and put a straight line under it, and then little segments, you'll see that you lose distance. It doesn't happen in real life, therefore it's not a globe. Yeah, but listen, if you want to be my hero and articulate it pretty well what I'm describing, if you even understand what I'm saying, then so like take a all right, so take a like I don't know, like a bucket, right? Like you buy at a hardware store, like a 5-gallon bucket, right? And measure a piece of tape, a masking tape, right? And measure it to be whatever 6 inches or 10 inches or something like that, right? In a straight line, put it on your flat table, right? Measure it, cut it to be 10 inches, then put it on that curved surface, and measure how you're losing that distance. You're losing. It won't go. When you're trying to measure in a straight line, which is what we measure on a straight line, horizontal plane distance, you won't reach where you're trying to go. Well, you got to see. It's one of these like realizing Euclid things. It's like in book 4 of the no tanks. You gotta do the activity to realize no tanks.
Yeah. I think you've got a similar idea of Euclid than the ballers have.
Maybe. But yeah, so if somebody could articulate that, it would be great. It's been said before, but really that's said in different ways, I guess. But it's been said before, like in bridge building, right? Like if you took the curve of the Earth into account for bridge building, then these bridges would fall short. They wouldn't reach their destination. You would not have enough building supplies to get there.
Sorry.
Yeah. You'll get it. Brian Leakey can tell you. He'll save you. Ben.
Yeah.
What's Bev? Is that the full name?
It's just Beth. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Is that his full name? The full name? Bev?
Yeah, that's it. That's all there is.
Trying to get to know Bev.
You're getting to know him.
Yeah. You come round here all the time.
I still don't feel like I know the real you.
I don't think anybody ever really knows anybody over the internet, do they?
Well, that's what it seems like happened between you and DP.
Pardon?
This seems to be what happened between you and DP.
What?
You know, the whole thought. You know, I thought we were friends thing, and then something happened. I never really had internet friends.
There's that drama coming up again.
Yeah.
Drama queen.
I'm just saying, you guys can't talk about an old friend.
I don't know what
concern is that of yours? I
what
mean,
happened. Tell us about it.
It seems to be that you were friends and now you're not friends, or the internet friends.
I don't
I've never
know.
really
Like, DP's not around here anymore. He's just disappeared. He's gone. I keep saying that if he wants to come round and have a chat, he can come and have a chat whenever he wants. I don't know what he's told you. Are we not
Nothing,
friends
man.
anymore or something? I don't know. He has disappeared.
You mean to tell him to come on back? That you want him back?
He's been round here.
All right, relax. All right.
Are you done yet,
Drama.
Tanks? Are you done, Tanks? I got a question.
What's up?
Not for you.
Oh. Good.
For Bev, that last thing that you posted.
Oof. When was that?
Let's see. 40. Oh shoot.
Quite a bit ago.
Oh, I've got. I'm looking at Agents Live.
Oh right. Yeah. I put that in there to say for. Is that the Euclid 2D? Yeah.
For the sphere.
That's the guys on the on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, that didn't seem something seemed a little fishy about that.
Yeah, as you can tell, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's worth going over that just yet. Maybe some other time. But yeah, that's we're saying that's the next sort of thing that we go to from where we go, you know, from the realizing Euclid.
I remember you mentioning something about that earlier in the day. Yeah. Okay.
No Tanks. You got to go on mute. I hear the music.
Bullshit, I'm outside now, asshole. You're making that up.
I just heard something go
You gotta get your boy Sugar Cookie, or maybe it's Bev fucking jamming out. I don't know.
I just saw your mic light up. Fuck face.
Boom, boom. Yeah, see? No, I'm out in the car now.
You don't have somebody causing drama. It's not the.
I mean, I'm just bringing up a name. I mean, I don't see why you can't talk about DP or Cleary or whatever.
You can talk about whatever you want. It's free for all Fridays. That's the idea.
Oh
of it.
yeah, that's right. There we go. I forgot.
Yeah. So you want to talk about DP, do you? What do you want to talk about DP about? What is it? I don't want to be like saying that you can't talk about it. So what is it you want to say about DP?
Say about DP. No, you guys were internet friends and now you're not internet.
I don't know. Like, what's he said to you? I don't know. He's not here anymore.
I'm just trying to tag him and I can't even tag him. He's kicked out or left the room or something. Yeah, so I don't know. Did he leave or is he kicked out?
I don't know. I think he might have been kicked. I don't know what he's been doing, a load of weird shit. But what's he said?
He said that he thought you and him were good friends.
Yeah, so did I.
And
Seems
said,
a little bit weird, doesn't it?
Oh, he's definitely fucking heard about something. But he said you guys were good friends, and I think him and the girl Emma were friends too. Or I think he's friends with most of the people. SE, he mentions he was friends with, but you specifically, he said you guys were good friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've never really had internet friends.
It's weird, isn't it? The way it goes like that.
I mean, it happens with real friends too. I don't know if it's a difference. But I mean, I don't know. I think he's still pissed off. He's not. I mean, like you made a good point. Like he's acting fucking berserk about shit, you know. But he's fucking
That's you
something
said
happened.
that, didn't you?
You said
If you make a good point, then you make a good point.
you said well.
Did you say berserk?
I said berserk. You said
I've never seen any of that. I didn't know any of that.
You said he's acting
Where
some sort of a.
was you saw the berserk thing? Where was that?
Well, I
It wasn't
gathered it
here,
from
was
like
it?
the accumulation of Bev saying he's acting erratic. Would you give somebody your
Who's
your
acting
website
erratic?
login if they were acting this way, untrustworthy, you know, something like that?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I remember you saying it. Yeah.
So what would you
And
do
yeah.
then? Would you?
Would I? No, I wouldn't give him no. If he's that fucking mad at me, yeah, no.
Is he that mad? I don't know. Is that what he's
Yeah, I
been
think
saying?
he is that man. Yeah, I think he's mad at you.
Wow.
Because he thought you
Why
guys
did
were
he get
real
mad?
real friends. Do I get mad?
No, like why do you know that he's got mad? I mean, like where's that? I didn't see any of that.
Like anger?
Well, that's what mad normally means, isn't it? That's you that said it. You don't remember?
You fucking British guys sometimes say mad, like, you know, in a different, like Alice in Wonderland, you know, the Mad Hatter.
Okay, so crazy then. He's gone crazy.
He's pissed off. Yeah, he's pissed off. He's betrayed. Yeah, whatever. I don't know the details, man. I tell you, I don't. He just says you guys were good friends and used to hang out. And
so you have been having a chat with him then? Did he
I
tell
talk to
you
him all
to
the
come
time.
over here and sort this out, or
No, man.
no? You've just
Like I
done
said,
this
don't
on
worry
your
about it.
own.
Don't worry about it, man. It's all right. It wasn't about DP. It was about, you said something about
No,
internet.
it's about you, DP. You said it was about DP.
I did?
Yeah, definitely
Run
you
that
brought
back.
up DP.
I did say the name DP. Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, I did.
So, did you get it sorted? Or
Man, with you, I don't get anything sorted, man. I don't get any straight answers out of you. But you do have
what
some
straight
knowledge,
answers
man.
for what? Come on, let's get these questions sorted. If you want to sort out this
What?
thing with DP
Yeah.
that you've brought in here, well, go on.
It's a trick, bro. It's a trick. You're gonna give me. You say ask me a straight question. And I was all right. Fuck it. I'll ask this. And no way. I'm getting a straight answer. No way.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what you brought it up for. So come on, let's get it sorted. Because like then we don't have to keep going over it. Yeah.
No worries. No worries. Like I said, he's you know, like I said, he thought you guys were really good friends, and he said he really cared about the relationship you guys had, and he said you had pretty eyes.
We didn't have that, you know, like when you say relationship like that, I'm not too sure.
He said you had pretty eyes, and you really cared about him a lot.
Yeah, he was round here in the Discord server. I mean, that's about it, really, isn't it? I mean, Redmond, do we care? Do we care for each other here in this Discord server? I'm not too sure.
Hey, I'm gonna chill.
Turnip said you guys are his family, so I would tell Turnip honestly. I guess it's fucked up. Like, dude, we're not family. We're just Discord people.
Yeah, we are. We're just on Discord, all of us.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Is there a different group?
That's like a Discord family. I have no idea, man. I don't. Like I said, I don't even have friends on Discord. I have. Yeah.
Well, what was the thing? Is that it with DP then? He was friends and now he doesn't seem to be friends.
You want to try to? I mean, you want to try to get out of me, like, you know, why he's mad?
No, I want to know why you brought a free for all Friday to get off your mind. What's on your mind?
No,
What's
that's
on
not
your
on my
mind
mind.
is something to do with DP.
No, it's really not. It's really not. I mean, it is now as we're talking about it. Yeah.
But no, you brought it up. Come on, dude. You definitely brought it up.
Yeah, you said something about nobody's friends on the internet, and I said, I guess is that similar
No, that
to
was
you and
halfway into the
DP?
conversation where you brought in DP. Mm-hmm.
No, that's why I brought it in. That's the moment I brought it in. But I mean, no big deal. I mean, I get no sweat. It's like
No, there isn't a big deal. No.
Yeah, I'm glad you're friends with Brian Leakey now. That's cool.
Friends with everybody. If you call friends people that can come in and talk to us at any time they want, no tanks. Yes, everybody's my friend. They can come
Even,
in and have a talk whenever they want. Mm-hmm. Unless they don't want to have a talk and then they want to go and talk to other people and then get those other people to come in and work out why they don't want to talk.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, DP, he's not in this room anymore. I think you said he got kicked out.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say that? Man, he got kicked out for acting up or something. But
yeah, I was trying to ask him what was up and if he wanted to come and have a talk, but he didn't seem to want to.
Yeah, that's right.
And then he ended up upsetting a load of people in the server, and yeah. So it's good for you to bring it up.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that. I mean, I didn't like see what happened. If you want to tell me, I'll listen. But I don't know. I don't know what happened.
I don't know. I mean, DP will tell you, won't he? Did he not already tell you?
I asked him. He said, "What did he say?" No, I didn't really say much. I think he said Emma kicked him out or something.
Today, Friday, free for all.
Yeah.
Discussing
So
drama.
good evening.
No Tanks wants to
Good
talk
evening.
about drama.
Twisting the burden of drama. What's that fallacy
So-
called?
Did any Glover game?
No.
No.
Well, unless you cast Tanks.
Oh, tanks, like, yeah. Are you a globe skeptic? No tanks, or
No, globe skeptic. I guess so.
are you a Glover or globe skeptic?
I'm like Bev. Me and Bev are like peas and carrots. Two flat earthers just trying to find our way in this world.
So, but how do you
No
identify
Tanks is
yourself? Are
what
you
you
a
call a
flat?
shit stirrer, I think. Rather than like anything to be labelled, like, I think shit stirrer will probably be the
Yeah.
No, I'm not a glober to get into it with.
Earth is not a globe.
Earth is not a globe. Earth is earth, water is water, air is air.
Good. Friday, free for all. So, bowlers, they gone. They know they lost the argument. Didn't have no argument to begin with.
no argument there.
They actually lost. That's why
Well,
makes
I mean,
me
if you
wonder,
don't
really.
argue, you can't lose, can you?
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm.
I've always said that there is no debates, but there is no
Yeah.
win or lose in a debate.
Exactly. 100%.
Anyway, there is taking part. If you don't take part, you can't lose.
So basically, debate, flat, globe, with just drama. Just, you know. Obviously. That's what I think. So as well.
So that's all we
No
seem to have all
debate.
got at the minute.
Hmm.
I thought you said debate.
No
I
debate.
miss,
Yeah.
I miss seeing. I
I
gotta check out more of his videos, man. I haven't seen him in a while.
see. Luckily, we have a huge influence, Bev, on the flat Earth community
Do
and
you
the global
reckon?
Earth community. Honestly, see, I used to today. I've been in a flat Earth reality server, right? I was just listening to a couple of guys, right? They got all banned from 24/7 because they did just sort of like don't like, how the survey is conducted, right? It's been controlled.
They don't
So
like
in
this survey.
24/7, that
They don't like.
24/7.
Oh right.
Yeah. Basically, just trying to keep and push like the flat Earth nonsense. So yeah, yeah. Honestly, that's why I got a sense from those guys in flat Earth. Well, it's different server, but the guys are really, really convinced and truthful. The Earth is not flat. They don't appreciate the terminology, and all they say it's a wrong terminology. Yeah, I was really happy with that, honestly.
Really?
But basically, people getting on the board. Sorry.
You think people are getting on board to the not flat?
Exactly. That's what I'm observing personally these days.
No, I got kicked out of there 2 years ago, man, and it's been that way because of the semantics of words.
It's
They've been like
quite
that.
great because we having a huge impact, and people are basically getting on board. That's the positive thing, right? A lot of people,
All right.
which is a good thing.
Yeah, there's not much.
Maybe that's it.
You
I
may
don't
not
know.
notice it, but yeah.
I mean, I'm saying they've been like that, man. Like they quiz you on the way in about being very specific with your words. We're very specific with titles. That's they've had that for 5 years. I just don't. It's not new over there. Like when I said, I don't know, some blower. I said, I don't know, it could be an infinite plane for all we know. That's what I got. They got pissed off that don't talk about what you don't know. You couldn't. We can't go beyond this point. You can only talk about this at this point.
Exactly. It's heavily controlled. Heavily controlled server. Yeah, exactly. Same people are in the background repeating nonsense or whatever. You know how it
Isn't
is,
that
so
where QE is?
a boring. Hmm?
Isn't that where QE is?
Yeah, he's their chief.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them are pretty similar, like QE, Nathan, and like all of them actually. Sorry. I used to be one of them, but yeah, no longer one of them. Honestly, it's weird. They know that because every single one of them, right, knows well that Earth is not flat. They really know,
Yeah.
but they keep sort of stating flat terminology and they use it every day. And Nathan is the biggest one actually. It's just ridiculous listening to his flat Earth debate, whatever. Daily show. Flat. Oh, it's flat. Oh, it's flat. Oh, fucking no, it's not flat.
Yeah, you're not one of them or one of this or one of that, man. You're your mother's son and your children's father. You're not one of any of these groups.
I think that's half of the thing is that when you think that you're in a group, you're not really. You're on your own. All the proofs that
Yeah,
you
exactly.
get are yours anyway. Everything that you
100%.
do, you have to do
100%.
yourself. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, it's a journey thing. It's a personal journey. So see, even I've seen even this. I probably could be, you know, I've seen a decline in Nathan's number of viewers. Even the people who attend his show.
I thought they were going up.
Like, sorry?
I thought he was getting, well, he's been around 100 and something. How many did he used to have?
Less? Less than that? Like 60, 50. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not because of him being wrong or right about anything. I mean, it's just because it's the same old debate and people want progress, you know?
You want new
Same
debate?
goes- A new debate?
What's the new debate then?
No, they just want progress. Like,
Well, where's that progress coming from?
what, you know, how can we utilize this understanding of where we live now, you know, that is different than it used to be? And, you know, maybe to harness free energy or to travel differently or to travel to new places and you know, tangible things people want.
Are you doing a survey?
Shoot, maybe
I
that
like
I
the
could
idea. Something new.
something fresh, baby, something that pops. But yeah, that's what got to give the people what they want.
Who are the people?
You know, the people, man.
Who?
Any people who are interested in change or finding a you know, a better way to sustain. You know, you realize all this, that, the third. You're still going to go back and plug your computer into the wall and then pay the electric company to do that, and then go drive to get a coffee and pay $4 for a fucking coffee that costs 5 cents, and fill up your gas tank $6 a gallon. You know, eventually you're going to say, "What the fuck's this debate doing? It's not even get me anything." You know, sweet. I realize that water's flat and doesn't curve. Great. Can I sail further or something? Like, you know, can I go faster? No. Okay.
Water does
Forget about
curve
it.
though, doesn't it?
Yeah, when waves curve, I guess. Yeah.
So it's a bit silly saying it doesn't if it does.
Yeah. Well, you put it in a 1 to 10 foot datum of the water's being still to waves.
1 to 10 foot datum. What's that?
You know, a datum from like where the water's calm and where the largest
A 1 to 10
wave.
foot one.
Yeah, then we live in a 1 to 10 foot parallel horizontal.
Do you not often think it'd be a lot better if you actually knew what you were talking about when you said these things?
I just throw it out there, see what it sticks.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of people doing that. Just say some words that you've heard other people saying and think, oh, that'll do. I might be able to get away with it.
Don't call me out on it. I would have done all right.
Yeah.
Spaghetti sticking the walls. That's how you know when it's done.
Yeah. Do you not think it's a weird way to be doing stuff like that?
Oh, weird? No, it's not. You know, to understand that there's you know, the level of water in the ocean. You're talking about the ocean with waves, right? Unless you're talking about the wind blowing lakes around. I don't know. So we had a mutual understanding with waves of the ocean. You know, 10 foot of an average wave height, and then the calm water being 0, so 10-foot datum. I mean, we can go find big tidal waves, I guess. Throw that in the mix. See how many tidal waves there are. But the point is, what will that get me? It won't get me. It won't get me from point A to point B much faster. I guess if I ride the waves, I get, you know, get to shore faster. So yeah, I found out you have a kid, and he's what's his name? DP says he's going to take over for you, and you're going to call it quits or something.
What?
You have a kid, he said, who's going to try to take over something, going to take over your spot.
What? I think you best go back and have a word with DP to make sure.
So I say, okay, let me just ask directly. Do you have a son?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
on the server.
I think everybody knows that, don't they?
I didn't know.
You can tell he's definitely a friend. He knows I've got a son.
You're a friend. And I mean, are you gonna one day try to get him on to take over your spot on the server, whatever spot that is?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, talking about your son, right? Which is great. That's great. You know,
yeah.
Are you going to have him come on in and kind of like, you know, I guess discuss the way you discuss with people?
I don't know what the fuck are you talking about?
Very clearly, is your son, right?
I have a son, yes.
Right.
Do you have a
and
son?
do you hope
do
that
you
your
have,
son?
do you have a son?
Oh, jeez.
No, just answer this.
say.
Do you have a son? And do you think
yeah.
at some point your son will come in and take over your Discord slot?
No.
This what you're doing here now? Do you think your
Is that
son
what
will
I'm
come
doing
and do
here?
it?
What? No, of course not. No.
Okay.
No, I don't have that hope or desire whatsoever. Do you?
No. Why would I want my son to do what I'm doing? Surely my son is his own. Like, I don't. What I'm trying to get at here is, what the fuck has DP been telling you? And why the fuck do you think you should be coming in here saying that anyway? Just for the drama, is it?
Is that drama? Is that
Yeah,
drama?
I think it is. Yeah.
No, that was drama. Saying you have a son, and yeah, I want him to come on in here and learn the debate and learn the information and converse as well. Yeah.
Well, you didn't know I had a son. You just said.
I found out recently that you have a son, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And you just asked whether you thought that my son should be taking over from what I'm doing.
Yeah. Do you have goals?
Why did you say that? Like, why?
I think that's interesting. That's great. I mean, it's like the family
I think
business.
it's
Is that not?
interesting.
Is it not interesting to have to have a generational discord? That would be. You might be the first.
What is it that I do that you think he might be taking over?
Whatever it is that you do.
Like, go on. What is that?
Whatever it is you do.
What is that?
So you don't like talking about your son?
I know. I want to know what it is that you think I do that I could possibly hand over to my son.
You hold a spot on Discord, right?
Like you do.
Room here.
You hold a spot on Discord.
Right.
Yeah.
You've crowned yourself, like, you know, channel. Discord where you're always there, kind of running the show? I mean, are we talking about the?
This is a live show. Yeah.
Oh.
We are now live. It's rather fucking strange. It is a free-for-all Friday, but a little bit weird. Do you not think?
Just saying. I thought it was a great idea, man. Nobody else is talking. Just shooting the shit with you, man. Yeah.
Anyone else think it's a little bit weird? No tanks coming around?
Coming around at all?
No, just
Time
coming
is
around
getting
talking
limited.
about my kids.
Time is getting limited for this type of talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take over. Somebody says something. Say, I mean, you got something to say.
Not saying that. I'm talking about what you presenting, what you bringing up. I mean, what is up with this?
You guys are crazy, man.
Who's
crazy? How's
crazy?
everybody? How's the family?
Just say it up under your breath. Sign off like you ain't got a pair.
What's up? What's up?
I said sound off like you got a pair. Don't say it up under your breath.
Hey, man.
I think it's a little bit weird. No thanks. The things you've been bringing round here tonight. Almost like you've got an ulterior motive for coming around here.
Do not.
Stirring shit.
Yeah, I like to kick the shit, fuck around.
Sounds to me like you've been talking to DP and then you've come round here, yeah. You've come round here stirring shit. And I don't know whether DP's asked you to do that. Or whether you just do it on your own accord.
No, I do it all.
You sound like this a sort of person that sits around in Discord channels, hearing half a conversation, and then going round to other Discord channels, staring a load of shit.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. You I ask you something, you don't ever give me an answer.
No, I don't know. I'm just here. Make sure everything's okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, did I do that? That's all you're doing is just being a perpetual shitbag. Self-proclaimed. Anyway.
It is a little bit obvious, but obviously not obvious to somebody who's trying to do it.
No, man, you guys are just I don't know. You get too deep into it.
Too deep into
you think way too deep.
What? Too deep into what?
Conspiratorial thoughts.
Kids are conspiracy things. What is this?
Yeah, asking how's your family doing is not a conspiracy. No.
It's how you asked it.
It's how I asked it. Asked it. What was it?
You know what I'm talking about, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know how you talk. Sometimes.
Very strange.
Yeah. No, it's super strange. You're right. Like I run into somebody at the, grabbing that coffee. I'm like, oh, hey, what's up, man? How's the kids? They're like, what the fuck you mean? How my kids? What do you mean?
I don't think it was like that.
How's the business? How's the
haven't.
business? Their business is going good? Yeah. Oh, what do you mean? How's the business going good? You think I do business? What is this, a business?
This is good stuff. Tell us more about you.
Yeah.
We haven't really gotten to know you, really. You just keep asking questions about other people, so I think it's your turn. Maybe it's your turn to share.
Sure thing. What's up?
So tell me about you. How many kids do you not have?
I don't like talking about my kids.
Just other people's.
I mean, see how easy it is? I mean, you see how easy it is? Super easy. I don't like talking about my kids on Discord.
But you asked Bev about his.
Yeah, and all he had to say was, hey, I don't really like talking about my kids on Discord.
Now, how's that right there? And that's a crazy ass talk right there. You already off the bat, you're definitely not going to talk about yours, but you're going to ask about his. And all he had to say was, nah, I don't want to talk about my kids. But you definitely don't want to talk about yours. You're a shitbag.
No, I don't want to talk about mine. No.
Self-proclaimed shitbag.
My bad.
Shit talker.
shit stirrer. He's trying to polish that turd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so that they can say that we just talk about drama and shit when people like
You're catching
Tanks
it.
bring it over here. Yeah.
I appreciate you catching it. Yeah.
Always
Nip it in the
gossiping and
bud.
talking about shit, and they'd be like, "Oh, DP, did you hear him talking about you?" Stuff like that, right?
What's that program where Whoopi Goldberg is on and they got 4 women talking shit?
Oh,
The
that's
View, motherfucker. The View.
The View? Yeah, you would fit right in there. No thanks.
You can probably watch that shit every morning.
Uh-huh.
Whoa. Women like that drama. That fits perfect.
For sure. Seems to.
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
I know you think you're talking about me. I know.
I know I'm talking about you.
I know you do. I know you think you do.
Interesting, Tanks. So what are you around here for then, Tanks? What is it that you do?
Like I said, when I come around here, right, if somebody else is talking about something cool, I'd like to listen in, chime in, and just kind of like ask a question here and there. When you guys aren't talking about anything, I just talk to you. Just like about whatever you got,
Like this sort of stuff now.
I mean, yeah, but you guys can't drop shit. Like it's fucking sits on your heart.
Pardon? Can't drop what?
Whatever's on, whatever you got, and then you can't say it either. So it's like fucking
You're at it.
What do you guys
we
call
can't
that?
say what because we don't know what it is.
What do you guys
you're talking about?
Right. What do you guys call that with your trivium? Like where you can't drop it, but yet you can't say the words. You're at like a conundrum, right?
What you like when you're obsessed?
Contradiction. It's like a contradiction that you got. It's like you can't drop it, right? But you can't say it either. So how do we do it?
Drop what?
I don't. Whatever it is, man. Whatever bothers you at the moment.
That's what it is.
Whatever
bothers
you at the moment.
You can't drop it because you can't say what it is.
Right.
It's really weird, that, isn't it? So what is it that we can't drop? No, Tanks.
I don't know. You guys can't drop. I mean, I don't want to say you guys like all of you. Like whenever somebody chimes in on it, it's like you can't not be negative. Like you turn everything negative and argue about everything, but then refuse to address whatever you're arguing about, whatever angered you in the moment. It's
what is the argument
bizarre.
then? Go on, give us the argument that you think we can formulate at the minute that you think.
So your son is in the Discord and he's going to take over your spot one day.
Pardon? Which one?
So your son.
Which
one? The son that is in the Discord.
You can't answer a question, can you?
Which one? What do you mean? Do I want to do his name?
Point blank. What's the argument? I've asked you the question.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I understand. You guys, Bev, and I guess Bev. I don't want to say it, but yeah, I guess Bev turns everything into like an argumentative debate about how are you doing. It is bizarre. Like, hey man, what are your plans? What plans do you have? What do you do? Plans? Do you do experiments? What experiments do you have? None, man. Just asking if you're doing anything. Are you doing anything?
Are you all right, Tanks?
Did you recently get fired or something?
This is the drama llama that DP warned me about. Go ahead, continue with it.
So why are you even here? Why don't you get up out of here?
DP again? You can't help it, can you?
I'm DP afflicted.
Did you recently lose your job?
Yes.
Cut some grass. Be all right.
It's okay. Just get back out there.
Hit the old trail. Dress for success, all that good stuff.
A charming fellow like yourself shouldn't have any problem finding a job, man.
Yeah, I do though. For some reason, I do have difficulty finding a job.
Doctor, we're all shocked
Yeah.
in amazement.
What up, no rat?
What up? This fucking clown.
Yeah.
Bro, like objectively, you guys are fucking like cunts. Like objectively, like nobody comes in and likes you guys.
Really?
They come in, they come in, they think you got
Come
objectively.
in this
you're a bunch of-
room and just call somebody
You
a
come
cunt.
into our room and you call us cunts. Like whatever, bro. You're objectively cunts. Like you are. You're a bunch of women.
I'm finna show you something right here.
Why would you want to
No,
hang
I
around
ain't
a
gonna.
bunch
I ain't
of
gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it.
Free for all Friday, we're learning lots about the.
Yeah, like every time I come in, I ask how you doing. You guys start like a little bitch fest fight. It's fucking. It's girly as fuck, man.
It's
You starting to
projection.
sound like your girlfriend over there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good study.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Always on Free for All Fridays.
Well, I'm all day, bitches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when somebody's not in there to drama with, then you guys obsess for like 10 hours straight, replaying a video to like just tease
10
whoever's on the
hours?
video. Oh yeah, like probably 10 hours. Yeah, to just tease whoever's on the video. Yeah, to just kind of just pick it apart without them there.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking
So
weak,
what?
man. It's fucking weak. It's fucking weak.
What? Without somebody
You're
there?
upset about it.
He's bad.
It's just weak.
Getting angry.
Who is that? Who do you reckon it was? Which video?
He's being super negative.
Is that I Can Science that? Is it? Is he told
Yeah,
you?
it seems to be the star of the month, I guess. Yeah.
He made some videos about me without me there. So is that what you're saying?
Yeah, who gives a fuck, right? Go make a
Yeah,
video
it was
about
him.
something that matters.
Him.
Like I said,
He
you guys,
made the
like,
videos.
I don't
That's
want
so
to. I don't want to say you guys, but like SE and Bev, probably SE and Bev,
Come on,
and
who
Kevin
else?
sometimes.
Yeah, but come on.
I'm trying to
Not
think.
ask it. Come on. Gotta put asking.
Not
on this,
not
no.
asking. No, just probably Bev, Kevin,
Mike?
and SE. No, not Mike. Well, Mike is maybe in chat, but the point is, you three sometimes will make really good points and really good you'll articulate very well what you're trying to get across in geometry or Euclidean or whatever you're getting across, right? But most of the people don't do that. So I do stick around for like whether it's a scumbag or not. If they have good things to say, I'll listen in and take from those good things. And if you guys do have good things to say, you have potential. Like I said, just this whole shitbag thing that you guys got going on. I don't understand why you feel it's needed.
Shitbag. You're the only shitbag
I
here.
know. I hear you.
I mean, shit. You act like other people ain't got other things to do in the daytime. You know,
Does
people
that
do
mean?
have jobs. I don't know
What
about
does that
you.
mean?
Or you just said you didn't have a job, so
I did
other
say
people
that.
not
Yeah.
chiming in. Yeah, so would that make you a
Right.
line shitbag?
Sure. So what do you have going on during the day, and how does that kind of
I'm working. I'm
right?
working.
And I'm saying, what does that mean to what I was saying? That's why you don't
said
contribute.
You said other people can't chime in.
No, I'm just saying, as the people who make good points
Okay,
seem to
so
be
then
at the. Yeah, chime in. Whatever, you chime in with just shit talk. Yeah, you're saying there would be more shit talk. I got you. Whatever. I'm saying SE, Bev, and Kevin B seem to, and even paper organist, but but he kind of goes on for. But they make some good points and they articulate well what they're trying to get across, and it's good to learn some of these things. That's what I'm saying.
okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying that you guys being busy. That's great that you're busy. Yeah. But it just seems that when you do chime in, it's not really to like kind of learn
you.
anything. It's just a shit talk. Yeah.
Yeah, like you.
like
Whenever
me.
you're saying anything, it's just
Right, but then
shit
how
talking.
strong you guys grasp to it is like disappointing. Like
What?
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Well, how
I don't even talk to you.
You mean when we call you out for your shit talk, that's upsetting for you? Is it?
No, that's not what I mean.
No. What do you mean then?
I mean, you turn anything that's not, you got your inner circle, obviously, right? I saw the poster. I mean, I saw me in there. I was in the octopus's eye, but I'm saying you got this circle, right? And anybody who's not in the circle, it doesn't matter who they are, right? You talk shit about them while they're there, and then or to them, right? Like right to them.
Oh, you think
and then
we
when they
talk shit
leave,
about people? That's you.
of course.
You are talking about yourself here, right?
I guess, man. But you run back videos and then shit talk them about just them, like their hat or their face.
What?
Like you'll talk about their face or their outfit or what they have in their room.
Who talks about whose face? Give us this clip now. Come on. I mean, I know it's upset you. Come on. Whose face in particular do you think we've been talking about?
Monsieur, I can science that. Yeah.
I can science that's face.
Mm-hmm.
When were we talking about his face? What the fuck are you talking about?
Right. But the most important thing is...
What are you talking about?
Right. So, but the most...
You're just talking shit again, aren't you? The most important thing is that everybody notes that you just talk shit and don't even back your claims up. Right?
You want me, sure. Take what you need from it and ignore what you do with the Discord all day. It's a lot of time, though. I mean, what are you going to fill the space with? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answer for you either.
Let's keep on throwing shit at the wall. Just throw it at the wall and keep it pushed.
I guess, man. I guess.
You guess.
But all I'm pointing out is that you talk about how stupid his voice is or whatever, but you don't talk about the argument. I can science that.
You just keep talking shit again. No tanks.
How many times do you want me to say the name I can science that?
Well, I don't know. Is that what you're doing? Are you trying to make it out that we are talking shit about him when we weren't? We were going over.
I mean, you're talking shit about
realizing
me.
Euclid.
How you doing? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it seems to be a theme, and yeah,
seems to be definitely a theme of you talking shit and then not backing up any of your claims that you're talking about. It does seem like you are causing shit for no reason.
Just again,
well, I mean, say not for no reason. I think you're causing shit because you want people to not come round here and talk to us.
No, if somebody pops in, like I said, I'll be quiet and listen in, see how what's going on in the conversation. Like I saw.
Well, why are you saying that we talk about people's face?
Dude, go to the live chat, right, where the texts are, and just scroll up and find how people just talk shit on people and scribble shit on their face and make fun of people. I mean,
pizza. Pasta. Are you upset that he put the pasta thing and other people find it funny?
I guess that's what you're.
What's upsetting
you go to many examples. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It upsets me. Yeah. Upsets me. Yep, sure. We can say the word upsets. Okay. Yeah. It disappoints me. Yeah.
You should talk to ICST about his spaghetti experiment because he's the man of science.
Yeah. He thinks it's ridiculing him, isn't he? Yep. He was serious when he did that, Serious science. You think that's ridiculing him?
Well, I mean, it was so something somebody said right today was so he did show a plane, right? But somebody had mentioned
he got his mobile phone.
His phone.
Yeah.
Right, which is an established plane, right?
No, it's not. It's a mobile phone.
Right.
So you think now? Have you been fooled by I can science that into thinking that a mobile phone is an established plane?
Right. Yeah. So that he made he got an already established plane, right? So
you think he did? You really? See, that's what we hopefully trying to get people to realize that that's not right. But I guess you've been fooled by him.
Yes, yeah.
So you're going to have the accepted opinion that he's correct.
He addressed the argument, yeah.
He addressed what argument?
The argument of a plane, yeah.
argument of a plane.
Argument of a
Who-
plane.
Phone.
Who made that?
Plane phone.
Yeah, plane phone. Yeah, right. So
No, it was
they
an
had,
argument of a plane. Can you state the argument of the plane, please?
Yes.
Just so we know. Thanks, please.
so somebody had mentioned earlier that
Tanks, can
maybe
you
you might have had
name the argument
You can't
of
hear?
the plane, please? Tanks.
You can't hear? You can't hear me? Can you? No?
I'm waiting.
All right, great. So somebody had mentioned earlier that maybe it would have been best to address how the plane was created, right? Instead
What's
of
the
just let.
argument of the plane, please? State
Yeah,
the
so
argument.
he established a plane.
No, you said the argument of the plane. Please state the argument of the plane.
Well, he established a plane, right?
Please
and he held it up sideways in the air.
Tanks, come on. Please state
Right.
the argument. Do you know what an
And
argument
as he
is?
held it, as he held it, at, I don't know, whatever it was, like 40-degree angle, you just kept. I mean, I don't know if you kept, but you kept going back to being horizontal. So he's holding it up a plane at an angle, and he kept going to horizontal and level. So it was never really addressed. That's all.
What's the argument of the plane again that you haven't answered?
Yeah, so I like hearing I mean, I don't want to call them arguments, but like I like hearing the arguments of how these planes are established, and they're established, I imagine, from a horizontal first, and then you set the degree, and then you can set a new plane. But you never really got back to that.
That's cool,
Yeah.
but so then not a cell phone.
Cell phone, yeah, it's a plane, yeah.
All right. You didn't mention cell phone in any of that.
Well, I could hold up my cell phone and show you a plane too, yeah.
Have we got the argument of the plane yet? Because I'm quite interested to hear about that. Tanks. Can we have the argument
so, I
of
mean,
the
it's
plane, please?
No, it's not my argument to make. It was Icon Science that's argument to make, yeah. And I guess it was your job. I don't know.
What was the argument?
It was your job to rebut the argument, and I'm a little disappointed. That's all.
Well, you said he did rebut it by getting his phone out.
Well, I mean, what's the claim that you can't make a plane? You can't make a planar surface.
You said there was something to do with an argument of the plane, but you seem to have not been able to state what the argument of the plane was.
Because he's just talking shit and doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Oh. And that's the end of the argument, then, right?
There was no argument, was there?
Oh.
Like, you've definitely not understood any argument or anything. Yeah, I don't think you even understand what an argument is.
So if I'm listening to, I guess, on the level, right, and Bev as their leader, for these explanations, and I'm not coming out with the knowledge, then is it my fault that I don't understand it, or your fault?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that's claiming to know about an argument, so.
That dickhead said leader.
I'm guessing you weren't taught the right argument or anything from Icon Science, that were you? Did he trick you? Do you think?
Well, I mean, he's doing well in the argument.
In what argument?
And he's addressing the argument.
What argument?
And you're not.
What argument?
You can't even. Right. You're not even saying what the argument is.
Well, what is the argument?
See?
There is no argument.
You don't know, do you?
Right. See? Yeah, right. It's silly what you guys do in circles. Like,
Told you.
Yeah.
Told you.
So boring, dude.
Wow.
Fucking shit. Yeah.
Come
Oh.
on. Yeah, I'd
And
have
that's a
thought you'd be
and
better
this is like a
than this.
typical
I really
this
thought
is a
you'd be
typical
better than
discussion with
this.
you guys.
What,
Nah.
asking you to explain what the fuck you're talking about and you can't do it?
Right. So I mean, so if it is live, like, and you do post these videos out, like, you're gonna just get people to turn from you. I'm just trying to help you out, saying you do have some knowledge. Like SC has some knowledge, Bev has some knowledge, Kevin B has some knowledge,
So you're
but
gonna
you're
go
only gonna get people to
from there
turn
to
from
being
your
you're
page.
gonna go from not being able to explain what you're talking about to being a PR person.
They don't care. They don't care. They're not gonna care. They're gonna see. They're gonna see the kind of people.
Who's not going to
You
care?
know that
Who's not going
anybody
to
you're
care,
posting the
Tanks?
video to view.
What?
I mean, who are the videos for? The videos that you archive and that you post, are they for you to just watch yourself again and listen to yourself?
Yeah.
They are. Okay. Well, then, yeah. Then you're solid. Then you're on the right track because you got as many views on your videos as you have people in this room, and it's
You
right
know
on
what
track.
else?
What?
You know what
There's
I
not
like
that
about
many
them is
people in this room.
what I like about the videos is it shows how fucking stupid people are and the stupid shit they say. Kind of like
Listen,
now with you.
capitalism works for a reason, because if whatever you're selling, right? If whatever you're selling produces viewers, then it shows natural organic growth, right? And it shows that whatever you're selling is what they want. And if people aren't joining, the growth of that on those videos, then maybe address that.
Was that
I
what
see
you're
a new
doing here?
future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see a new future for you.
Yeah.
When you get your new job, maybe you can be a public relations
Maybe.
person. Yeah. Seem to have some
Maybe.
experience in that.
No, wait. He ain't got no experience in that. He ain't got
Well,
no
I mean,
videos
he
of his
can
own.
someone talk about stuff. I mean, maybe that's an avenue for your next job.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You're doing well. I think are you the sort of the guy that causes shit between all of the different servers and then sort of checks for the numbers to make sure people are doing all right?
I do check to see, like, I do look at video views sometimes before I look at the video. I look at the date, like how old is this video, how many views I have, and then I go, fuck this. If it's very low, 6-year-old video, 34 views. No, I'm not gonna watch this.
Yeah. Do you watch videos?
Yeah, I do take that into it.
No. So you wouldn't necessarily watch this video anyway, because it's got you.
No,
in
I
it.
wouldn't. No, nobody else. Yeah, nobody else is gonna watch it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like,
I know,
nobody's gonna watch.
Nobody else would want to watch it. Is that why you come in?
So what? No, I'm saying you have the
to tell us
opportunity.
that this is a bad one tonight, and you don't think anybody will watch it because it's got you in it.
Yeah, it's a bad one, man. Like, have like, control the argument, control the conversation in a way that's productive. That's what I'm recommending. Yeah. Instead of constantly going towards this drama that came out of me asking, hey, what's the plans for taking over the server, man? Like, how?
No. You started off about DP.
You brought the drama. Yeah. So what is DP drama? I mean, is that just the name is drama?
No,
you brought it in here.
You.
Okay. Is that name create drama?
I don't know. What do you think it brought drama?
Oh, if you don't know, then I'm going to say it. I mean, what's the problem? You don't fucking know, man.
You are creating drama
by saying the name DP.
No.
Okay, then so continue to say the name DP.
Go on then.
With these indirect answers, you don't grow. Keep going, right?
Yeah, do a song for
saying
it. Sing a song for DP.
DP and Bev used to be friends.
Are we not?
Yeah, but Bev don't have any internet friends.
Are we not friends now?
Are you still going to tell Turnup that you're not his friend?
Are you telling me that DP's not my friend?
I'm not. No.
Oh.
Okay. No, you gave
so
me.
You're coming in here to tell me that DP is still my friend.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe he's still your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Tanks doesn't know the words he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Bev, is
another question?
Turn up like your family, or
Turn up isn't
is he like family to you, Bev?
Turn up isn't.
Is he a friend?
Yeah.
He is a friend. An
Mhm.
internet friend or a real friend?
A
I said-
real
sorry.
internet friend, just for you.
That's good. I mean, I'm glad you guys are real internet friends, if that's the thing.
So
It's
this
good,
is
isn't it?
you not being able to talk about your explain anything you were saying earlier. Is this your entire deflection?
Segue.
This is what I was saying earlier. That's all. It's not a deflection. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. The name turn up and everything. Yep.
Good. Well, we'll help you work through all of that.
I like turn up. I think he's a funny guy.
That's lots of us then, isn't it?
Lots of funny guys.
Pardon? Pardon? No?
So you gonna run a video? Like analyze a video today?
It's free for all Friday.
Which means no videos.
No, it's no videos. Free for all Friday.
Well, no sweat. So yeah, like I came in, I wanted to hear, like, I like when Brian Lee hears some other voices, or I guess in the chat where I can see like two different kind of thinkers get together and go over some stuff, and it is interesting.
With my shirt,
He seems
with
to
his
like
shirt
it.
off and the leaf blowers.
Not you.
Is that what he was doing?
Different thinkers.
No, yeah, I am for sure. Well, but
you don't like the
is that what
shows
he was
where it's
doing?
you in it?
Blowing the leaves? What?
You don't like the shows
Is
with
it-
you in it, and you like to see people with different thinkers. But apparently, you're not one of those different thinkers.
No, I mean I'm not here to argue a whole room of cats.
You're not here to. Well, you haven't got an argument anyway. You don't know what.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Please, speak it from the rooftop. Stop fucking arguing. Like I told you like a month ago, man. One of the things that I really liked about this room was the tag that said no argument. And all I run into is fucking arguments.
Which argument? Name the argument that you think you've run into.
Oh boy, here we go. He can't.
No, I can't. No. Nope. Not interested.
He's not interested. No discussions, no arguments, only drama.
Yeah.
It's been interesting tonight, thanks.
Yeah, good guys.
Shows a lot about the character.
Well, I got no job, no character, no shirt, no leaf blower. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life.
All you do is go take care of your kids.
Oh, anybody should be doing that.
He left out no self-awareness. Yeah, just thought I'd add to your list.
I think he did. I think he did leave it out. Wait, you talking about me? You talking about me?
How could he possibly be talking about you, Tanks?
That's what I'm saying. He
How
wasn't
could
talking,
he
I know he wasn't talking about
possibly
me.
be talking about you?
What's it mean? I don't know who he's talking about. See if this phone thing worked. Good. All charged up.
Well, I'd like to say if DP does want to come and have a chat about anything that you've said about him tonight.
Is he unbanned?
What?
Is he unbanned from the room?
I don't know.
Oh, I'll find out. Let's see. At DP. Nope, still banned.
Well, does he have to join again, would he?
Wait. You a
Yeah.
mod?
No, but if you at somebody in the room and they're not there, that means they're not in the server. You know?
Okay, well, they might not just be in this server.
Oh, earlier Bev said he got banned.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think he got kicked out.
Yeah.
But so I don't know whether he's coming back in or not. But I think he said he was happy at not being in here because he can now spend.
I think
more
it's best
time
for a little.
doing
Yeah.
his things. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think it's best for a little while. Yeah.
Well, if that's what you think as well, then, because you've had a word
Sure,
with him.
for sure.
So it was.
Well,
it was for his own good, then, right?
They say time heals all wounds. That's all. So I think it's probably it could be for
There's
the
a
best.
wound.
I believe so. Yeah.
That's a shame.
Here you gotta go in.
Okie dokie. Well, it's getting on for 1 o'clock. Rather strange Friday night tonight.
Oh yeah.
For the
This was like Days of Our Lives or As the World Turns soap opera night.
I've learnt a lot though, right?
Yeah.
Different teams.
I don't know how they're going to compete against us, man. I'll tell you.
Say what?
There's other teams. I don't know how they're going to compete against us. They really don't have a chance. What?
That's some funny shit.
What?
Oh man, take the wheel.
Okay, anybody got any final words? Tanks, you want to see if you can cause a bit more shit between
No.
No? Think you've
No, I
done
appreciate
enough?
the talk, though. I've done enough for sure. Oh.
Done enough. Thank you very much. Hope everybody else listening in got a good idea of tanks. And the arguments
And
to
if you're
come, I'm guessing.
And if you're hiring, don't forget, look me up.
You're hiring.
If you're hiring.
For what?
Listen, I'll do it.
What's
20
your
is 20.
speciality?
20 is a 20.
Shit stirring. Shit stirrer extraordinaire. No
Polish a turd.
Speciality, 11th man.
Okay. We might be back over the weekend. Who knows? We'll see you all later. Buster singing us out. Thanks for joining.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.